declaring war on ourselves.
Lexi, hold on, Lexi. And that can use and intimidate people worldwide. That is not for them one. That is our sovereignty. That is our land. Them will have a space for them rent family over there.
But you know, I something where they from the Asians at time or we forgot we better move it now.
No wrong your plank if I killing them with him.
Andrew where you see
Lexi,
no wrong your plank. Anything.
Lexi, we can't tell them to left. If we can't tell them to left. You know what? We can't tell them to move.
No.
Understand geopolitics here, man.
Look so now, brother. We don't stop make it look so. If we go up on themselves and tell them say no, that I can't go on. You know what I'm to ourselves? We are declare war upon ourselves. Do we have ammunition like America have ammunition? No.
We have to war them. But we can't tell them if the ambassador for left.
You hear me I tell you no? That way you see one day bigger than even Andrew himself. You hear me I tell you? The only thing we can do as Jamaican patriots, I never see nobody up there protest when time it is up there. So everybody go about them business and pass it, go and pass it, come. And when I see people take picture and video and put it up on social media and say, watch out, get a flag flying in Jamaica. You never know that Jamaica can batty man now.
Lexi, you know, get the picture no Exi. You know, get it no.
Taking pictures alone.
Look at man, because I'm not going to free to talk about dirty America.
If nobody no protest about it, how it gonna happen?
Can I ask a question? No one.
Ask me.
How much gay guy over them platform? How much of them?
Obviously, I will leave.
And then get money. How them get the money and them promote it.
No, but I said this morning, I think Winston was there when he hear me ask the question. Somebody said it's a false accusation. I'ma say, I'ma say, oh, no sure say Andrew them give the money. And another PMP because it's a non-government organization. So no sure say I never the PMP because PMP, you know, a PMP must have a body man on them stage and run behind them and them all of them something there, you know.
Bigger 2 minutes. Listen, them at the fish party. Remember when they asked Bruce Golding said, them asked Sandra.
But it had gone before that had gone from PJ days.
But a Portia did agree with it. And if you realize them a big up Batman and them party for anniversary. Me see Gabriel behind Mark Golding week for last Sunday. I was in there. I think I don't say time. What then their country? Me see Gabriel touch Mark Golding pan him body. Me literally see that. Me not have to nobody and tell them say come confront me.
You have a video?
Go watch it now. Watch it. When Mark wanna go up on the stage.
Send me video now. Send me video because it's true I'm not interested.
I don't me tell you say what you have to watch is when Mark wanna go up on the stage, go talk, look back on this and you will see it.
So all you know is Mark Golding on a bad
me not see it because me watch it, you know. Me see it, you know. Me watch it, you know, because me no want when people talk about PMP, me no want nobody tell me. Me listen them too. And
Sanjay send me video, yeah, bro.
To initiate another party then, brother. I'm not cutting, brother. One of the initiative for going to that party there, you know, them have to go in a bed with them from them young, you know. Fuck them one another, you know. And that you know for learning in Jamaica. I play Batman and Sodomite in that, you know.
I wonder if them they do it to Lawrence Road too.
You know, for wonder, I said that a part of them initial for going at that party there. Them is a clan, you know. A cult, you know. But tell us the devil have more morals than them, you know. And you think, you know, let me tell you something, man. Jamaica are 60-something year old, you know. And we have to start get serious as a nation, you know. And start call out these people, you know. We have to start call out these people, you know. Start call them out, you know.
Tina, when
Them start call out them,
Tina,
man.
when me talk about last week.
How much of them?
All right.
Me not tell you, say, if we want a better Jamaica, we have to have a revolution.
We have to have a revolution. We have to start wipe Jamaica clean of them people here.
We have to get rid of infidel. Israel couldn't have success without him have to kill out some of their own.
And Israel is not a nation. Israel is not a nation. And we are the nation of Israel. We Jamaican. Them is just a make-up people. Them is none.
Me not talk the present one.
Okay.
Me not talk the present one. So in
Yeah,
man, and even in Africa, some of the countries then we are the world now in Africa to get rid of the infidel from out of them.
Get rid of the infidel out of them country. France,
Yeah,
the
man.
whole of them.
You have to get rid of them, brother. Enough of them, too much of them there at Jamaica.
Too much of them they are Jamaica. And all of them statues that where they are Jamaica, we have Christopher Columbus, have them board up, them pirates there. They need to push into the sea.
Yeah,
Everyone
man,
else a
push
country
that,
take them don't know Jamaica alone.
Sink you off, man.
Because only Jamaica alone have statues of when the colonial master same way. World out in everywhere in the world. We have to make a different change in Jamaica, man. We have to wake up, man.
That's
We have
why
to
I
wake
know,
up as
sir.
a nation, man.
And that's why I know, Sir Ibrahim Torres are the
Torres.
greatest thing ever by.
Greatest thing
born.
ever.
Because he get rid of all of the relics of colonialism. In bulldozer down everything. And change the name of street. And take off the city them off of the, and take off the wig them off and judge. And take the gun from them. And say, we are going the African way, brother.
That's true, man.
Thank you, Winston. Every remnant of European faculty, misery and atrocious for them put away. We have to get rid of them. All our courthouse to need to take off them sitting there for them too.
Hey, the plant they can run up and down here.
No, but you're saying that and you're saying I want a white
Hello,
man.
Kerry.
What?
Outlier.
Hi, Outlaw.
Hello, my dear. How are you, Lex?
I'm fine, you know, I'm here taking it easy. I'm just drinking tea from morning.
Oh my God, I'm not tea. You should have been breakfast, my dear. Today is Saturday. You cook some nice labor rights should have down there if you cook some nice ackee and selfish breakfast, give you in bed.
You know what I say? A laziness cause it stills because me not too long go chop one jelly.
Yeah.
I want to them old man here.
Of course, you need the young lady then to get pampered. After the hard work over the week, Saturday morning, come in, should have in bed, get them nice hot chocolate, and you know.
I would tell you say hot chocolate me a drink, you know. Oh God, fresh off of the stove.
Take your time. With coconut milk in it.
Me I tell you, oh God, I just drink one jelly. Me just drink and eat one jelly, you know, so you know it's extra coconutty.
Might burn up your tongue there, cause it's hot. Nice.
Me I take my time, man. Me I take my time. We look at whipped cream on top.
Oh God, whipped cream. Be careful.
Churchill, where are you? Boy. Churchill, what are your perspective in a Churchill?
Churches that make breakfast for him wife. I want to you, man. You think we not batty man over labor right? You think I PMP a batty side now? We have to treat the lady them and make them know so well. Gentleman in a Jamaica. Where we give them breakfast in bed. We need to all we labor right when man we need to get back and start do those things. You understand me? And bring back the family life.
Lexi, go your yard. Nobody know why you.
Lexi, everybody
so?
wants you, me darling. Everybody wants you.
A batty boy did
Who said no want me?
Oh, a batty boy need to when he says, Father Lewin, go your yard.
Well, because a donkey birth them now. They know our mule. Mule ain't come out, that's why. Oh, look how, you know, beautiful, nice Paula Lewin and them are harassed.
Outlaw. Leave donkey alone. Because he's a man with certain things that biblically things are donkey. When
Yeah.
Jesus said
The
go
mule,
in
the
the
mule.
Damascus way.
A
So
mule,
leave
them.
mule alone.
But mule can't birth now, remember? Mule can't mule curse.
Yep, in our country, tell your people. Yeah, nobody contest the election. I tell them.
What petal the baby girl?
I went for a poll last night. The PMP by 5%.
Eh?
What petal?
You know, I don't know. She gonna, maybe she there at work, maybe she gone from the road.
You know, from mine, you are the only lady missing on the company platform. I need to see petal.
No man, Miss Chin was here.
Vibe. Oh, you see that the poll come?
Guys,
39%.
see, you see, I just have tea from morning.
Yeah.
So you boil it with the coconut milk and then put then sweeten it with the whipped cream. Put the whipped cream on top.
Yeah.
Oh God.
So you see,
Take
I
your
wasn't
time.
joking. I wasn't joking.
We in a cold country. We can't have them things that not like say. So see with us.
Hey,
Why you can't have it in a buy chocolate and bring up chocolate with you?
Yeah, but then how long then can serve for just do here and there?
Not that too.
I 1 year now since we not come Jamaica. And the thing is that when anybody come Jamaica and bring something, you have to say praise the Lord. Because it's not easy to bring up nothing for people. So, you know, when you do come down there, you have to ship for yourself. That's the selfish where we have.
England never did so dear, me that send come you know.
One thing
Why?
in America is they get everything, but Jamaican stuff expensive.
We get Jamaican stuff over here now, but boy, the price of it, boy, Jesus. After that, alright. One breadfruit for £28.
Bumbo.
Yep.
How many day I can get one breadfruit for y'all? 2 bills?
Half a breadfruit almost £14, believe it.
Yeah.
And pumpkin too. Yeah, my dear. No.
Yeah, man. Potato, yama, £8 a kilo.
Yeah. All over here, those banana. Those banana for $8.
So when me hear when I down there ball and I talk about things, me nobody say nothing. Me I say no need to come to England. No phone should have die in England.
We can have
That's why I say, you know what happened now? The PMP them because the prime minister make them give them visa to come here. The nasty rascal can't run left Jamaica.
Ungrateful shithouse them.
They're
Ungrateful shithouse them.
And they can't run left Jamaica come to England anymore. Because if them have to get RAS visa, and if somebody has sent for them, the person have to earn over 60 grand a year to give them an invitation.
You know why you caution like the Prime Minister? You want one of the house in the caution and live nowhere?
Caution can't come here, him to come here.
Mr. Guys, when you say caution, take up blogging and now I make video.
All when caution come here, all when they say he could have come here 100 with 100 batty man, then still not let him in. Because they not give him no house. Then start getting batty man them house over here.
Andrew is what you have to give him on the house. I know no house himself.
Well, all the time PMP in power, how him not get house?
Big man thing, you know. When you check the statistics, you know, them big man PMP there. Enough of them are them mama was living there, you know.
All the time PMP in a power, and then them if they don't have a house, it makes sense them did that for. Eh? Them man, they not make them man give them house.
I come from Richmond in a center, as I say, in a James Roberts constituency, and I tell you, I know about 15 PMP at their mother house they live in up to now. And if you tell them about labor rights, they don't tell you about their father and nothing. And
Yeah, man, they ignorant bad and they don't have nothing. If you pass them and say, all right, you want a rum? Yeah, man, harder the rum. Although you're liberal, but me take the rum.
Yeah, man. the way they drink last time, I drink like they were champion.
I'll never hear it coming out when I would dog plate them.
Me
the
buy
dog plate say we buy rum and them drink it out. Them drink out it.
But you asked about that. You asked about rum. Last election, parish council election, me campaign for the mayor, Sunshine. Come here, somebody got him. So me campaign for him. And election, we get our money. Election day, when the 14th day, some PMP attack me. And I say, yo, buy with something. And I say, yo, I ain't kidding me, I think. And if you not drink, fine. I buy a case of Heineken and then drink it. You know what? They say me this them, you know, but then drink it.
Me down there.
You should have take one picture of them and put it up and say
2006.
Welcome to the labor rights.
2006, 2008 election. When Bruce, 2007. Yeah, one of them places. I did their campaign. I made up Independent City, me and Blake. And I tell you, me go buy water. Me buy 12 cases of water. And when me come, me get labor right 8 and give them, and care 4 go give the PMP. Then thank you. You know, so from morning we there, and boy, not even water we not have. Boy, shower labor right. You understand me? Because they know nothing they have, bruh.
Brother.
Outlaw, question. Is it in Independent City you live?
No, my brother used to live in Independent City. It was the council. You know Keith? Huh? Keith Blake.
Oh, I don't know them.
Oh, you're too young. Why?
Hey,
so you know? Oh, you say you don't know Mr. Francis from Garden. I used to work as.
I will see him right now. No feeling, you know, no for them. Then just have in the color and them at the team. Yeah, we will for them over.
My family them over Portmore. Outlaw is when I ask my family them over Portmore.
Yeah.
Them switch from PMP and Ghana Labour right now.
Okay. Which area them there?
Same Independent City.
Okay.
You know the steel them?
The steel. No, but as I said, my brethren don't know them.
Alright, them they on Florida Drive did they so.
Florida Drive, okay.
Yeah.
You can't get used to Portmore. New York or Portmore, I mean just can't. Portmore just different.
You can't get used to it?
I mean, you work at King Alarm, you know. Response to all the houses and alarm systems. You should go around check house and check alarm
so,
system.
Where would you be? You will be
I will if I'm not in Jamaica, I will be on my phone sending around people to do what them have to do.
No, all you sick. Start saving money from now.
Yeah, of course, me start saving money. That's when me come. Me say, all right, so and so that go there, so carry go pick up that. I must have to rent a couple of vehicles for the up and down. Where then can go pick up people, drop them off, carry them back at any yard. So.
Just make sure say your life on the day, yeah? You know they over this.
Listen, remember now, me that conference. When I go to conference, me not did it, but me from before anybody step them foot, me have live. Me have my source giving it to me live over here, like me there. Their conference. Yeah. But media was bad now. You know how to do that now, but media was bad. Backstage, every movement is there. Yeah. Anyway, my son come down, so when he come down, I go and pile that thing. He must say, I go down and Mr. Down away him name there, and them must go school together. Ras Garlic. You know Ras Garlic? You meet Ras Garlic? Huh?
Who, me?
Yeah.
From where?
Ras Garlic. him always upon it there, man. I think you meet Ras Garlic. Petal no him. Munchie, did a Munchie know him? George is old boy, he used to call George, yes.
Anyway, I'm soon checking back.
Yeah.
Why, Munchie, I can't believe when me left school, left garden, you know, say just Tivoli, you just start school. When you start 91, 90,
Who me?
2000 hour, 2010,
I'm gonna start garden.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm not sure. But I know late 2000.
about 2010.
About 11, 12, 11, 12.
Yeah.
What's the one of them? I'm not sure.
That means that I don't know so long, Mr. Francis. So when you don't know we in Francis, you know Soji though.
Yeah, I know a soldier.
The creepy one we walk on and Chris.
Yeah, I know him.
Yes, yeah, then I mean
Him
used to say,
did their conference.
yeah man, in them half of their conference. So
Me did see him at conference. Him did then here which part
then the man
which
there,
part info there.
yeah. And the man after that conference, man, they can tell you about. I mean, I'm used to do security for garden in the school, man. Enough youth me look after in a school, man. Then take me like them daddy. Just like with Jerry, little Jerry. Jerry say, you are my daddy, you know, I'm my daddy. See my daddy, but you are my daddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, he might work a while, you know. A day I come down there, man, heavy. Big old bike, a nice Honda. Yeah, man. Proper.
How will everybody gonna feel alive?
That's how it go. Once you not talk politics and gone, then I give politics a breathe. So once you're there, them so caught up. I like a black king.
That's true, man. Them people there, and them not expect the people, boy, have something to talk about more time, and them just want politics every minute, every second.
Yeah, sometimes you have to change your life, man. We have life. We can't just say politics and get aggressive sometimes. We have to calm down sometime and talk about other things, man. Because the more you talk about it, the more it just wind you up. Yeah. I know you're there.
Island in October, Golden established the more rehabilitation center to provide support for victims of paralyzed disease. Paralyzed, you can't see the word so clear, you know.
You have the money to pay them? Carry the money, not come in. Carry the money, not come.
Can't so clear, because it's vague.
Vague. Never go send that out. Russia. All right.
Then on September 1st, 1957, there was a horrific Kendall crash. According to the Jamaica National Heritage Trust website, all around 11:30 p.m. a train carrying some 1,600 passengers derailed. The rail is tracked. Close to 200 persons. Oh Lord.
Never go send it to you, Winston.
Close to 200 persons lost their life. Various accounts. No, I can't make out no more. It really varies.
Really, really, no. And this are the same disease when they say the guy bring come here. Cause back in the days, I think this is the next article then they say him bring it come here. That are the John Golden, that are Mark Golden father. So I don't know. So I try then again no. Open discussion. Open discussion. Make him mute. Alright, Winston. Hold on there. I'm team on them, I'm not get team on them. Hold on there, man. I just turn it down a notch. Look a bit. Alright, hold on now. Open discussion. In the comment chat, you say yes pertaining to Clarendon and the disease and so forth. Where are you referring? I'm not there, so I'm not talking to myself then. Winston? Nobody? Alright. So I try to get some information because I said before, I know really okay, so for them, because I dig up something for the great man them with them from back in the days where many people might not have an understanding too. Now myself. Alright, I'm going to consider myself right there, so. Guys up sitting.
Joshua don't talk nothing truth.
Which Joshua my talk?
Boy, I'm searching for him.
Probably my God, man.
The Joshua with the rod?
The white man Joshua.
Yep, but you know, for me, even this whole issue of the constitutional reform, I don't know why there is not more rebuke in Jamaica to the PNP and Mark Golden. Because
rough one, over the 18 years, the PNP has put it in people's head that unless it put food on your table, it's not important. That's what them embedded in their supporters head, So unless you can eat it, important. And that is why that's why you hear the talk now. Road can't eat, economy can't eat, tourism can't eat, constitutional reform can't eat, because PMP put their supporters are tell them say unless they equate everything to food and them belly. And remember, I hear one PMP supporter say him wouldn't mind go back in a slavery because at least the food did free.
Chuck, I find the PNP supporters and the PNP party members reasoning lacking substance. Let me give you one example of it. When we speak of tourism and the increase in the numbers coming in under Bartlett's leadership vis-a-vis the JLP, the pushback from the PNP is that is only the wealthy benefiting. Now, the question I would want to ask, who is primarily employed in the tourism sector in Jamaica? Is it the wealthy or the poor? Right? And if so, is it that they're working for free? If it's the poor people who are working there, is it that they're working for free?
Charles James, I totally agree with you.
You know Joshua?
Huh?
And I would say this on that subject, and I want to pivot after that. But for tourism, there are some institutional problems that has gone for many years. That at some point, if not now, then definitely in the future, we need to address it.
And I'm not saying a rough one. I believe that most of Jamaica's institution and even ministries have some issues that needs to be ironed out. But when you have people like the People's National Party just wholesalely dismissing the benefit of tourism to the economy, because from the moment the ship reaches the harbor, somebody has to help it to dock. A local, that's job right away, right?
I can't add them to the conversation about improving tourism. Honestly, the only effect they have had on tourism is the tax that they introduced.
Right, and so that is why we are trying to unfold it so that the persons who are listening can have a better understanding of the benefit. Because to use our docks, our harbor, people have to be employed to the docks or the harbor,
Right.
and that is money going in local pocket.
Yes.
Right. When they come off the docks, whatever sightseeing that they do, people have to be employed to maintain those areas.
Yes.
Right? When they go to the craft market and spend, it is local persons who are selling them, whether they buy the goods in China or it's locally made, it is still locally persons who are selling them. And they will have to, yes, sir?
Let me tell you this, and here's a problem that PMP supporters face. PMP supporters think of benefiting from tourism as simply this. When the boat or the plane land, the tourists must just come off of the plane or the boat and start give away money. Remember, if they require to go put up a little tent and sell the tourists to sweetie, them consider that too much. So for them idea of benefiting is that the tourists must just come off and start give away money. That is what they call benefiting.
Yeah.
That is why benefit for them is the mayor or somebody from the mayor office a walk around the constituents and just hand out money for no reason.
Yeah. Yeah, man. And all right, so let us travel on a little bit. So we move from the craft vendors now. Whatever transport they have to take, whether it be a private or tutor, that's a job for drivers. The transport that is sold have to come from a transport company or some importer that brought it in. That's job again. The gas that they use, the gas station benefit from it because somebody is now being employed because you have transport that needs to.
There's economic activities going on.
Right. When they go to Duns River Falls or other sightseeing places again, that they're not just go there and just pay and go in. They spend, and we have seen it on TV. When they go to our hotels, the plane that brings them in, those plane pay a tax, right? The baggage handlers locally, the security personnel locally, immigration officers locally. When they go to the hotel, you have chefs, you have waiters, you have sanitation workers, you have people who specialize in cleaning pools, bartenders, right? Housekeepers, gardeners, landscapers, maintenance people overall. Those are benefits being accrued by the Jamaican society as a result of just tourism, right? And tourism is just one of the. I hear again them talking about the BPO sector.
But Joshua, before you leave tourism, even the taxes that the PMP claim they implemented, we're collecting so much more from that tax now as a result of the number of tourists that are coming in.
Right.
Thanks to the work of this government.
Right.
So we're even overperforming in the areas that they claim they implemented.
Right. So even with the BPO that they want to write off as being too low paying, my cousin and plus an ex of mine works at the BPO. Right. My cousin, first of all, has a degree in engineering. A degree in engineering, and I'm talking IT at that, right? And he's working at the BPO, right? Mind you, he's now in a senior capacity, but he started out as one of those persons who were getting the $72,000 per fortnight. 72 times 2 is 144. That's good salary, decent enough, right? You can live in a decent community. Nice community.
44 For the what, month?
Yes.
So that's 700.
No, don't calculate it in US currency.
No,
because,
I'm making a comparison for a reason.
Right?
Yeah. That's not too bad.
Right. Now when you and I want to challenge the PNP one day when we have time on the US dollar that them like to tout so much, because the argument that I want us to have would be, okay, based on what you're earning, what percentage of it, of your earnings, do you have to use in order to attend to your recurrent expenditures? Nothing extra, just your recurrent expenditures in the US versus Jamaica.
How much PMP, you know what is a recurring expenditure?
Your monthly bills, your regular monthly bills. That's what is recurrent expenditures, right? So it's nothing extra, not the new shoes where you choose to go buy, not the party that you choose to go on the liquor, but the regular everyday thing, you light your water,
So we must remember why those BPO jobs are in Jamaica and why they may not be in Jamaica. So,
before we get there, because we don't want to muddy the water yet, we want to debunk the lies first and foremost, right? So when the BPOs are here and they're saying people don't benefit, one center alone sometimes employ 2,000 persons. Off the top of my head, I don't think there's less than 20,000 persons working in the BPO sector in Jamaica. That's 20,000 salaries.
Yeah.
Right? And if we should say each person on an average is responsible for 2 persons, that's 60,000 beneficiaries immediately.
Yeah.
Right? That's direct beneficiaries. Now, when you look at the transportation sector, that is going to benefit. So let's say a third of that has to take public transportation. No, owns their own vehicle. A third of those. That's 20,000 vehicles being sold. Right? All right. So let's go down a little so that we don't seem exorbitant. All right. Quarter of that would be 5,000. So that's 5,000 vehicles being sold as a result of BPOs in Jamaica. Right? Now, for those who take public transportation, the direct employees who are employed to the sector, right? You're talking about 15,000 people taking public transport. And let's say out of those 15,000, it's about 12,000 of those to 10,000 transport that benefits from it. All right. So what it means is that car marts now going to sell a little more, right? Because there's a greater demand for transport. The gas station is going to sell a little more gas, right? The clothing store, the restaurant, the farmer, right? Real estate is going to benefit because people are moving out of them parents' house. People who did live with somebody who them stay with because them couldn't do better, but now that them are work, them save and finally come out of the person them house, whether they were involved or they were catching, they have to come out, right? Yeah. The haberdashery is going to sell a little more because people are buying plate and all of those things, and curtains and all of those things that they need. The furniture store is going to benefit some more. So what it means is that the carpenter is going to benefit more also. Bailiffs are going to benefit some more too because people are going to take things that them can't afford, and then there's going to be need for bailiffs, right? And by extension, businesses are going to mushroom some more. Why? Because as there's more money floating in the economy, there's expansion in businesses. And also, in addition to the expansion in businesses, there's also an increase in businesses. And then out of that, then new economies tend to spring up, right? People can bake them cake and carry go work and sell to them co-workers. So apart from them bare salary that them get something else out of it, right? Which means that the coconut man who sell coconut going earn something else because I sell more coconut because people are make cake, right? And all sort of things. People are buy perfume, carry go work, so a man can import a little more. So these people are just blind, deaf, and dumb, and I think some of them deliberately.
They're deliberate. But Joshua, the BPO section, Jamaica, I see why so many of them are coming to Jamaica. So, and this is not the first time this has happened to me. It might have been the second time. But I called it the help desk, I think yesterday or the day before. And when the guy came answer the phone, the only reason I knew I was talking to somebody in Jamaica is because of something he said. When he came on the phone, he said like he was talking to somebody back going, he said, hold on. But when the guy came on the phone, there was nothing. I couldn't believe he was an American.
See?
The English was immaculate. And I kept trying to ask him about that statement that he made before he come on the phone, and he never wanted to address it. Because I don't know if they recorded or what. But at the end of the help call, he was very helpful, by the way. At the end of the call, I said, so where are you located? Are you in Portmore? Or me said that no, he said, yeah, man. Oh, you know? I said, because I heard that part of it when you first came on the phone. He said, oh, because they're doing a celebration in the background. But those guys, I can see why these companies would want to go to Jamaica, because for one, you'll be able to save some money and you're getting the same professional service as if they were here in the States. So think up to the BPO sector.
All right. In addition to that, now let us travel on a bit, and I like that you put forward. Right. Oftentimes there's the complaint, and I think sometimes we kind of shortchange ourselves in terms of the offerings that we have because we don't broaden our horizon the way we think. Right. Oftentimes I hear people saying Jamaica don't produce nothing. That's false, really. We may not produce what people measure production by, generally speaking, right? Because the term GDP means gross domestic product, and you don't have a product without first producing something, right? Jamaica, even though we tend to look at it negatively, to say, boy, we are the #1 country in the world when it comes to brain drain. My look at it is different from how the average man look at it. I don't see it as a brain drain. We are the largest. We are the #1 country in the world when it comes to academic supplies to the rest of the world and skilled workers. Jamaica is #1 in the world. So we do produce, right? We produce a lot of academic-minded persons. We produce a lot of health workers. We produce a lot of skilled workers. So what it says is that, yes, we are producing, it's just that we are not producing in terms of, well, we do produce, but not enough, so to speak, in terms of what we would call agriculture and the regular manufacturing stuff. But we must never underestimate what we need to do is to harness what we have and decide that strategically we're going to approach it and market it as such so that money comes in. That when the world needs nurses, they know that, okay, Jamaica is going to train them. We're going to partner with the Jamaican government and they are going to supply us with X amount of nurses, doctors, teachers, lawyers, perhaps. When we want carpenters, we're going to partner with the Jamaican government who's going to do it. And so places like Hart will forever be on the treadmill. So whatever it costs us to train them, a percentage of that is going to, we are going to not only charge them the amount, but a percentage of it. And we supply the world with it while they themselves are still earning from it. And then the country also, again, earn more US dollars. So it has symbiotic relationship and synergistic. Yes, sir.
That's right. The links that you've made a while ago between the jobs and the direct benefits and the direct beneficiaries and the indirect beneficiaries is a concept that is totally lost on the PMP and their supporters. As I said now, their claim now, is that road can eat. But they don't understand the concept that is the road that make the goods can reach the counter. So them can get it to eat. Them tell us that good economy can eat. But it's the good economy that will allow you to buy the food.
Takes cash to care.
When you give them the breakdown now, I said that that concept is totally lost on them. How things are linked together. Because their only mindset is a direct benefit, a direct handout. Somebody will give me a brown envelope.
And Boy, the poor man benefit. Then what happened to the mechanic who now have more work because more vehicle up on the road? What happened to the tire man who fix tire because more vehicle up on the road and more punches? Or the one who is selling more tires? Or the auto shop that now is going to sell more parts? You know, all of these things that we are not taking into consideration. So and that is why initially when the PNP started this whole argument of not trickling down, and at one point in time I heard our own PM got caught in the trap of saying, boy, he agrees that it's not trickling down. I was the first to push back on it and say, no, here is the link. Here is the link. It is trickling down because guess what? It automatically reproduces itself. Because
we don't want it to trickle down, we want it to spread. And that's what it's doing now, it's spreading.
Right.
It don't belong to the other folks.
Right. And it revolves around itself because guess what? Even if we get to a point where we have 100% employment in Jamaica, or 90% for that, 95%, which we are very close to, statistically, we are 100%. And the reason I use the word statistically because in statistics, they tell you that there's a plus or minus 4%. Right. So statistically, we are 100%. But let's say we are short. Let's use the 96.4%. And so we are short 3.6% then. Right? And we have to import people, so immigrants. I hear people having this cry, why them come take a job? Again, that is being short-sighted because immigrants expand your economy. Because when they come,
immigrants from other countries or bring Jamaicans home.
I'm talking even from other countries. They expand your economies, and let me tell you how. Because when they come, they need somewhere to sleep, which means that real estate right away is going to benefit.
Economic activities.
Right. Whether it be through rental or property sales. Real estate immediately is going to benefit. Transport again is going to be impacted. Food again and all the other areas that I mentioned is going to be doing far more economic activities, which means that there's more money floating around again in the economy, which produces more jobs.
Again, Joshua Ruffin, the issue we are having is that we have an opposition party that the concept of a robust economy is foreign to them.
Yeah.
They don't believe in economic activities building up. As I say, their concept is if you're not getting a brown envelope, nothing going on. So they're not gonna teach you to say, I said earlier this morning, I said for the last 30 years, 40 years, Spanish Town as a city has been going under. The government has now wrestled it back from the criminal, and there are now business opportunities in Spanish Town. And I'm saying to people, if you are business minded and you're in the Spanish Town area, grab something now. Do you think the PMP, them who are criticizing, are now thinking, say, oh, let me just say, we can start something in a Spanish Town now? No.
That is how we got from, if you think about how Hugh Lawson Shearer handed over a growing, was it Shearer? Yeah, Shearer handed over a growing economy to Michael Manley.
18.5%.
And that is how we got to the stage where it was that handout mentality that quickly ran us into the ground to the point where the Prime Minister in the 1970s told Jamaica how many flights a day? He said,
it's a day to Miami, take one.
All right, so 5. Stay with me for a second. Stay with me for a second. So a Jamaica Labour Party government handed over a growing economy to the PMP. The PMP come with a brown bag giveaway and in no time, because if you have going out and it's not coming in, it becomes problematic. So in telling them when the problem is developing, so 5 flights a day, a Prime Minister who was born under that Prime Minister, born during the time of that Prime Minister who did the runaway, came, and years later, what does he say to Jamaicans? Come home.
Come home.
One Prime Minister said 5 flights a day, take one. And now we're at a stage where a Jamaican Prime Minister can tell Jamaicans, come home.
Come home. We need
amazing. Amazing.
Right? We need you to help build. And rough one, remember, you know, apart is that the second time too also, you know, is in 1989. Siaga handed over 6% growing economy to the PMP again. And when Manley did say 5 flights a day leave, that was one of the kindest things he did to the business class in Jamaica.
Exactly.
Because what they did the second time.
It's not cheap. I not tell you already stuff to pack up your things and go on. Didn't I tell you for
Right? One of the things that we can look to is that when they took over a 6% growing economy, they sit down on that and did nothing. They locked the door, and this time they destroy the business sector. Them crush them.
Yeah, lock them down like a sardine for them say.
Totally annihilated the middle class. That's what they have to show. Right? So now when you have a prime minister who is actually rebuilding a middle class in Jamaica that we didn't have, rebuilding the middle class, rebuilding, giving back the poorer class some pride, that is why the PMP cannot allow that to happen. And that is why they are hell-bent on power at all costs. Power at all costs is their goal. As the newly minted representative for Central Kingston tell you, if the PMP lose this election, are dead, them dead.
Well,
so people believe that they are fighting for Jamaica. They are not. They are fighting for themselves.
I think Jamaicans just have to look at their behavior, even when they speak. When I watch the Jamaican Parliament and see the PMP speak, it's not so much because I'm a JLP supporter why I'm aggrieved or I just upset almost every time. The level of arrogance that they display in opposition. What would you do with those people in government? What would you do with those people in government? Just watch the level of arrogance and bullyism and badmanism being displayed from opposition benches. Why would we believe that you would be a good steward on the government benches?
And let me say, Cantidosa, let me say, I am totally in agreement with you. And that is why I've always said that the PMP as they are now, because again, I repeat this every day, rough one, I do not want to live in a Jamaica where everybody support the Jamaica Labour Party. That wouldn't make sense.
Make no sense. No, absolutely not.
We need opposition, but we need capable and strong opposition. We don't need opposition where we just go around and speak for speaking sake. We need opposition that can actually hold the government to account, where you don't have to go around and make up stories, where you don't have to go around and lie to the people. But you can offer tangible critique of policies. But we don't have that now in terms of the PMP we have. What we have is a bunch of power-hungry people who is just power, power, power.
Brother, I'm a political junkie. And as a result of that, I listen to the parliaments right across the Caribbean. I listen to I listen to the British Parliament. If I turn my TV on now, it's some parliament session coming on. And I would like for most Jamaicans who are supporting the PMP to listen to some of these other parliaments around the Caribbean. Every time they're debating anything and they want to point to excellence, they use Jamaica as an example.
Jamaica.
Not the previous Jamaica, this Jamaica. If they have a number that come close to Jamaica, they say only Jamaica, or we got this from Jamaica, or we had to go to Jamaica. And I would have loved if we would have an opposition party who would behave in such a way that as a country, we can be a true shining example to the rest of the region as to what democracy looks like. And we're not getting that.
That's what we are now again, you know. As I said, if we look back, not taking the 60s, but Jamaica was always a leader in the Caribbean. Again, the Caribbean match was 1 from 10 leaves 0.
Mm-hmm.
So the older folks, we understand what that means.
Yeah.
Yes, 1 from 10 leaves 0.
Yep.
So Jamaica was the center. Anything Jamaica do, the rest of the Caribbean falls in line.
Yep.
They look to us for leadership. They look to us for management. They look to us for example. We lose what the government do crime. Whatever your name, Dan Simit, me not understand. Where you go. Is that a question? Retype it, please, so we can answer it. They look to us for leadership and guidance. Right? We lose that in the 90s under PNP. We lose that leadership in the Caribbean. When places like Trinidad could have come here and buy out stuff, Barbados, all them people used to hurl disrespect at us because of where we were. We have now taken back our position as the Caribbean leader. And we can't give it back. I said this before, I say it again. If we are serious about moving to a republic and ever elect a British man as our prime minister, we will be the laughing stock of the world.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh. We would be the laughing stock of the world. People that's a joke of people them out there or them to do that.
And the truth of the matter is that he's only leading that party by default.
By default.
Only leading that party by default. And there's nobody. I would have loved to have seen. There's some people over there that I have respect for, and I'd love to have seen some of them would have stand up and defend the thing, but because of their thirst for political power, they're not trying to rock the boat.
Let me update you what Mark Golding did to the PNP, why he's still president today. The moment he gets in, he changed the rules.
Yeah.
That you can only challenge the leader after 2 years in office.
And you can't challenge him in an election season.
Thank you. So after 2 years in office, we were heading towards the local government election. You can't challenge him again.
Yeah.
After that, we are heading towards general election, so you can't challenge him again.
Right.
So you're right, he's there by default.
And so they're gonna hold on to him because they also want to be in government just for their own political spoils. So despite the fact, we see it here, despite the fact you don't believe that it goes against everything you stand for, because you think it's politically prudent, you go with it. So somebody said earlier in the chat, no moral, no nothing. All that is gone. All that is gone for political expediency.
Remember, you have people like a Damian Crawford, who Mark Golding has emasculated. Julian Robinson can't speak. Mark Golding and Danny Cabral now the only two person that speaks for the PNP. You don't realize that?
Yeah.
Check when last you see another person push out them head. The last time Danny Cabral push out and talk about him go put on tax. Mark Golding take when balls them too.
Well, the other person who speak for them is the one who, God forbid, wins a seat and they win who'd become Minister of Finance. and I want you to picture this for 1 second. Just picture, God forbid, hell should freeze over, and you have a PNP government led by the British man, and the Ministry of Finance being led by his business partner. Just picture that for 1 second. What that Jamaica would look like.
Let me paint you a different picture. Of all the havocs that they caused in the 90s, when they were able to divert billions of dollars of public funds into their own business to straighten it. During those times, they only had what I describe or what chaps would describe as the ears of power. And they were able to cause that amount of damage to our system. Imagine now a scenario where they had ultimate power. When it is their signature that matters and the documents, imagine what they would do to Jamaica at the end.
Yeah.
That is the situation we are heading into, where these people who have now proven themselves that they are no real business genius, because they are run a business now when they are not in government, and that business is failing, right? When they are in government, they are brilliant businessmen, but the moment they are out of office, their business is failing. So it tells you that they are no business genius.
And that's why you could be so rich and have made so much money, but you're fighting for political power.
You fight because you see more.
You see more.
Our NIR right now stands at a record 5.5 billion, if I'm not mistaken. Don't hold me to the exact figure. The record, the highest we have ever had. And that, I tell people, is the ultimate goal of Mark and Peter, to come in and raid the NIR, pack them bags and leave.
Because I still got a British passport. I can go wherever I want to go.
Yes. All you need to do one day is put in passport in a back pocket, go to the airport, take a plane, and we'll never hear from him again.
But you know, and if I get back to another issue, and the issue of our constitutional reform, you know, it is my prediction that unless the Jamaica Labour Party wins the next election, Jamaica will not move anytime soon to a republic. And I'll tell you what. Elections have consequences, and government set the tone of what they will do within their term. If the government come forward and say, we want to move forward with the constitutional reform, here's what we want to do in this phase. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. It is the government saying what they are prepared to gamble on right now. That's what governments do. Opposition don't dictate that to government. So if the government decide that we have this year in which we agree on, we are willing to lead the charge in moving forward with that. You don't want to move that forward because you want to tie to something that the government is saying, we're not touching that right now. So you want to block that process.
But even in that process, rough one, the PMP, the Andrew Holness in no time and no place has ever said that the Privy Council will be our final appellate court. That was never said by Andrew.
Right.
And the stance is that we will let the people decide when the time comes.
Right.
Why is the PMP afraid to let the people decide where they want their final court?
Exactly. And when they come with the thing about cost and expense. So are you telling me that if our final court is a Caribbean court, we don't have to pay to go there?
We don't have a cost. Anything, it will come with a cost.
Are you telling me? I mean, we're already paying dues to them, but are you telling me it's going to be free? And are you telling the people of Trinidad who maintain the British, left the British monarchy, but maintain that court over there and still use the Caribbean court, are you telling them they're confused and dazed? We're saying that the government, as I understand it, they're not saying, they're just saying that is not something that they want to debate right now. That's not, and that's what governments do. They get to set the tone of what they want to do during their term.
You see, rough one, the PMP does things based on personal benefit. So you see, moving to the republic, moving to republic is something that they want to say, we do it. They didn't get a chance to lead us to independence, and that hurt them to this day. Not to mention the fact that they were never for independence. The PMP was against it.
PJ said he'll protest if we go to a ceremonial president. Well, he can't protest because he had more than enough time to handle the issue and he didn't handle it. So he can't shut up now.
PJ can't hardly want Muslims to protest.
He had 18 years leading the country where he should have addressed this issue. So he has no moral authority on this issue now. He did not move it any further than it needed to go.
You see, PJ recently followed out of grace. That is right, the engineer, very much so. PJ simply followed out of grace with the PMP and I try to get back in. They no longer see him, them trade him in. And I'm going to put it this way, rough one. You remember the man who stand up and tell the people and say, if I walk off the stage and stand amongst you, you can't tell the difference between me and you?
Well, that's the same thing we asked about Andrew now.
Well, them people they now trade him in for a white man.
Make he walk in and see if we can tell the difference now.
Yes. The same people them would have tell that I would then cheer, because them did that to see Aga white. The same people them now trade him in for a white man. So PJ is now relevant to the PMP and he's now seeking back relevant. So he is now going against.
He's an elder statesman, and quite frankly, what I want to hear from him is why in 18 years it was impossible for him to move this issue forward. You cannot come here now, sir, and tell us that you're going to demonstrate.
PJ and the PMP had the best opportunity to make lasting change and lasting impression. And
yes. Any government that had 18 consecutive years.
That's a generation, you know.
Yes.
You led us one generation.
That's a whole career. You do 20 years on a job and you're in retirement.
Right? An entire generation you led us for. And at the end of it, you have nothing to show. And you are now coming back now, hungry for power. All of a sudden, all the ideas them where you couldn't get when you were in power, now you have them.
Yeah. Don't give us advice, sir. But don't tell us what you will do if you don't work your way. Because your time done.
You had a chance.
You had a chance, sir. You didn't move the needle. And you tell the guy who don't look like you but leading your party now that he's not the government, he's opposition. He don't get to dictate the amount of load that the government pick up. Government gets to decide how much load they want to pick up.
You see, another thing with the PMP in Europe is that the PMP believe that they are entitled to Jamaica. They have a belief that Jamaica feed them one and them. So even from the opposition bench, they will always try to dictate policy because they think they're entitled to Jamaica. Jamaica, you remember the term Jamaica PMP country, you know, remember them literally started to believe that on their own, you know.
I think this election will fix that for them. This coming election will fix that for them.
They'll let them know, yes. Right? And just like the parishes, explain the difference between ceremonial and executive president. A ceremonial president is basically like the governor general right now.
Yes.
Majority of the governor general roles are just ceremonial. Them did it, but we can't do without them. An executive president now will be one that has actual power, that has actual roles to play in the governing of the country. An executive president is like the president of France or the president of the United States. Those are executive presidents. Ceremonial, I think Trinidad. Trinidad have a ceremonial president, right?
Yes, they do. Trinidad, Barbados, they all have ceremonial presidents.
Ceremonial president. So them have a president, but the prime minister is in charge of the country.
Yes.
So the simplest explanation is that. India have a ceremonial president, yes, but the prime minister run the country.
Canada have a ceremonial president.
All right. So that there's a difference. They are there in a ceremonial capacity. Them don't have no real power. Anything them do, we can't do without it. The governor general have to swear in the prime minister. Those are ceremonial things. He cannot refuse. He can't refuse. Right? So that is the difference.
I think some executive presidents are in Africa. Some of those African nations have executive presidents. They're directly elected by the people.
Mm-hmm. Right. So, yes. So that is what we have now. And as for Jamaica, if we want to change, go full republic and change the head of state into the president, and would have to change over to the American system. And I believe that the American system is one of the worst in the world.
But Chuck, also, there is nothing that says we can't go to a ceremonial president, and make changes later on,
Right.
There's nothing that says we can't make those changes later on. What the government is advocating to do now is to sever tie with the British monarchy in terms of the structure of our government.
That is the
That's
first.
the phase we're in now. And then we move to another phase. And if later on we decide that, look, we don't want to elect a prime minister and have a ceremonial president. We want to elect a president. Then we go that route later on.
All right, darkness. I know you lose your account, sir. Yeah, but we can always make change. And that is the thing that people don't understand. The first step in the journey is to just cut ties. We no longer report to you. All right, then let us now plan our way for. It is simple. It is not the rocket science that Mark Gordon is making out to be. It is a simple thing. Let us do this first thing where we get rid of Britain as our Lord and Master.
And Mark Golin is an affront, and I can call his name on this. He's an affront to me as a Jamaican, as a born Jamaican.
Very much so.
Because if he would have let somebody else lead the charge on that commission and they came and read the thing when read, I would be cursing, but I'd be less aggravated by it. But when I saw you, sir, who had difficulty deciding whether or not you want to give up your British passport, would put yourself on a committee that no other leader would have done that. No other leader would have served on that committee themselves. They give their members opportunity to grow.
No, rough one. He was not on the committee, you know.
No. He sat on, yeah, of course, his name was called. His name was called in Parliament as a member of the committee.
No, I think he was invited.
I guarantee you, check it, brother.
But I think he appointed, and then even further than that, when I hear him pouring cold water on the process right now, and this is how the man lie and wicked. And I'm not going to search for that speech now. Let me see if I can find Mark Gordon speaking on the ECJ. He says that the committee was formed by the government alone, and they only have, you know, somebody with me. You recommend 3 persons. You appointed Donna Scott Mudley. You appointed Anthony Hilton, and you recommended I said the name.
It was what's it called?
The lawyer guy. And there were some members came from the government side, the youth side, civic society.
You're talking about the committee that looked at, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's not the committee I'm saying that he appointed himself to, you know. I'm talking about the Joint Select Committee now.
The Joint Select, yeah.
He appointed, and that is very unusual. And for him to appoint himself to that Joint Select Committee and be that same person who we were just discussing his British connection not too long ago, to step in that Joint Select Committee and put a stop on the PMP participation in their left. Sir, you're an affront to the Jamaican people. You're disrespectful.
The man is a hindrance. The man have a certain level of contempt for the Jamaican people that I've not even, only seen by slave masters.
And you just have to look into Anthony Hilton face to realize that he just holding onto the jacket and fall and not really like it.
You know, they don't like it. I'm saying them don't like him, you know. But the issue is they see him as a means to an end, and they don't have enough time to remove him.
Exactly.
Let me say this. 1 year after the next general election in Ghana.
Yes.
1
He
year.
reminds me, the situation with him in the PMP reminds me of the 1989 election when Michael Manley was running. And people was warning Jamaica that Manley will not be prime minister.
Mm-hmm.
People was warning Jamaica that they're going to elect Manley and get Pattison.
Well, remember Pattison was forced out, but then he mentioned the famous phrase, "I shall return," and that he did.
Yeah. And so in this case, I would tell Jamaica that you if you would have elected Golin, you would not get Golin.
Yeah, right. I think right now, we in fact have opposition leader Dayton Campbell.
Okay, you heard? You heard?
That is why we have no opposition leader, Dayton Campbell.
You heard?
Right. But like I said, we just need a proper opposition. The one that don't hold the Jamaican people in contempt, that don't have a certain level of distaste for our culture. One that can actually turn up at national event and look like they're happy to be there.
Yeah. One PMP senator said that we can't move forward with the constitutional reform because there is no trust on either side. And I'm saying to that particular senator that, look, if there's no trust now, you think if you get in government, there's going to be trust? So basically, you're saying that Jamaica, you will stay where you are because there will be no constitutional reform. You can't trust we can't trust you.
Like I said, had the Jamaican electorate not make two electoral mistakes, I like to call them. One in 1972, and they came back and made another one in 1989.
1989 was a very expensive one.
Very expensive one. Right? But 1972 is the one that made the 1989 one so expensive.
Yeah.
Jamaica would have been a full republic by now. Jamaica would have been, I don't want to use the term the Singapore of the Caribbean, but would have been the jewel this side of the hemisphere. That's the route we were on. That's the development we were on. Educationally, I believe Jamaica would have had close to about 90% educated, if not probably about 95%, an educated population we would have had by now. Jamaica would have probably have at least 2 hospitals per parish. We would have been able to have free education right up to university. These are what those 2 elections cost us. One, because 1972 cost us 25% of our GDP.
Yeah, big wipeout.
Big wipeout. 1989 cost us 40%. It cost us 44,000 business.
And so lest we forget, in the 1990 effect, the guy who led the finance of Jamaica during that time, this is a guy who antagonized the Edward Seaga government night and day on radio. No matter what the government did, he had a better solution for it. And at the same, it's equivalent to what's happening at the Gleaner now. He was doing it under the guise of a public commentator. Every single night, as a public commentator, him drag Seaga down. And the PMP took him and made him Minister of Finance. And for all the talk that he gave, and I'm saying this for some people who are talking a big talk now, for all the talk that he gave, he got the Ministry of Finance and turned out to be the worst finance minister in the history of the country. For all the talk.
And his #1 advisor and the #1 beneficiary of his failed policies
has returned. Yes, sir.
And seeking leadership at the
Has
country.
returned.
His #1 advisor. Right? And that's why I say people have to learn to look back and understand. And that is why when you have most of them come on social media now, rough one, they will tell you that, so we can discuss it, but we just want to talk about the last 8 years.
Oh, so it's not important to know where we're coming from.
It's not important because they don't like what is down that road.
And their calculation of the last 8 years? Their calculation of the last 8 years is that there are people that have come of age within 8 years who would not have a recollection of the PMP stewardship of Jamaica.
Yes, and that's what they are counting on.
And we don't do a good job of teaching civics in school anymore.
No,
So-
remember civics is just returned because they removed civics from school,
Yeah.
And it is now just returning. So, as we said, the people that is coming of age in the last 8 years would still have the benefit of learning civics.
Right.
And one of the most detrimental programs that the PMP destroyed for Jamaica was the compulsory education program started by Edward Seaga in 1983. Can you imagine where Jamaica would be today had we continued with compulsory education?
And Seaga dedicated a whole chapter of his book on that. You know, if you ever have a chance to read it, it makes a good read. You know, he pointed out he actually did the math and pointed out to when the problem started, the crime in Jamaica, really. It was a case of the chickens coming home to the roost.
But I made the link, you know, rough one, when I say even the indiscipline that is now happening in Jamaica roads can be traced to the mismanagement of the PMP.
Yeah.
We came from a situation in the 80s where we had, say, 10 taxis on the road to run. But because of the destruction of the economy, the shuttering of over 44,000 business, many people would have seen their only way out is to buy one car and start run some taxi.
Yeah, yeah.
So the number of taxi moved from 10 to 2,000. So therefore, the jostling and the indiscipline is how people feel that they had to grab them dollar. So that part of it where we face on the road now is still at the foot of the PMP.
Well, you know, my problem with the PMP, you know, is like every time this government tries to implement a policy that is internationally accepted elsewhere, our policy that we see have worked in other countries and helped to put discipline to either the economy or the society. And the PMP would oppose it and they would not offer, as what I would have loved is as an opposition who wants to be government one day, to have identified some issues and say, you know what, if this government can't fix this, you know, we don't have to worry about it, we have a better Jamaica to lead.
I've
never looked at it like that.
Let me say, no, but let me say this, as I say, coming up through the 80s, Jamaica had a limited number of public transportation vehicles.
Right.
Taxis in particular, limited amount.
More
But
vans.
in the 90s now, when the financial sector was collapsing and all this business was shuttering, lots of people saw when they get them little payout, the only way out, because there was no investment going on in Jamaica.
Right.
Everyone was shuttering. So the only way out they saw is to buy a car and go run a taxi. So the number of taxi now within about 1 2 to 3 year period jump from 10 to 2,000.
Yeah.
That's what started the indiscipline on the road where people are just for every dollar. That is what caused it. And again, the system was left unregulated by the government for so long. That's when the time come that they said, let us start when it was too late.
Yeah.
Right. So simple as that, it has to be put at the feet of the PMP. They encourage indiscipline. They encourage gang, they encourage dance. Not only do they encourage the dance, they fund them with taxpayers' money. Right? That is what most people get. And that is why I agree that the PMP as they are today with the certain members at the leadership needs to change if they want to see back power in Jamaica. And I can't force them to change. It's the people that support them have to force them to change.
Or the people continue to reject them and force changes.
Unless the members can, remember, you know, Mark Golden went on a platform and tell the Jamaican people that the 90s were the best times in this country.
Yeah, so stuff like that. When you make a statement like that, for a child who graduated in the 1990s in Jamaica, how is that person supposed to feel when you tell him that's the best he will ever see?
The best, yeah. When we lose 44,000 business in our country, how is that the best time? And the fact is now you have people now who are repeating it. Right? People who are running behind them are repeating these things. Rather than hold them accountable and say, brother, Mark, I am a PMP supporter. You know. But me believe say we're not doing at the 90s was wrong. I only need to repent and promise us say it won't happen again. But no, people on here who is trying to say one of them come here, Ingram, who will tell you that, oh, those were great times.
So if you tell me that those were great times, I would name out a few communities and say, so in those great times, why did we not get running water in these communities? In those great times, why are these communities still stealing from the JPS?
It's just a question of great time for who?
Yeah.
Mark Golden left us here as a billionaire. So did Peter Bunting, so did Omar Davis, so did PJ Patterson. They left the 90s as billionaires. So yes, it was a great time for them. But Jamaica suffered. Jamaicans suffered.
Jamaica was set back.
Way back. Way back.
During the 1990s is when most intellectuals, apart from the 70s, most intellectuals left Jamaica.
Yes. Rough one, think of it now. A country the size of Jamaica lost 44,000 business.
That's an earthquake. That's an earthquake.
Unemployment was like almost 30%, 28% I think it was.
Massive earthquake.
Massive earthquake. That would if America lose 44,000 business, that would have hurt them, much less Jamaica.
But think about that's when begging became normalized in Jamaica, you know. It's under PMP government begging became normalized, you know. You never come to Jamaica under a Siaga government. As a child growing up, I didn't know people begging as much as I saw it in the 1990s when I would come back home.
Rough one, if you remember in the 80s, Jamaicans used to have US dollars as souvenir.
Yeah.
You remember?
That is true.
It was a $10 or $20.
That is true.
It was a souvenir.
That is
you
true.
have it in your place and you not use it. Yeah? So
yeah,
right.
you get $5 for $5 Jamaican dollar for $1 That was nothing to write home about.
Yeah, man. You get them, you have them as souvenirs. You're not spending.
And that was another thing, Chuck, that Siaga begged the PMP. When they were going down that part of with the US dollar, with the Jamaican dollar, Siaga begged them, don't do it.
Don't do it. Do not liberalize. We're not ready yet.
We're not ready yet. Let the market drive it. Don't do it.
Don't do it. But as I say, Manley was brought back into power to simply get some things done that the America could not get Siaga to do. When I tell people in a rough one, and I know most people probably don't believe when I tell them that it was the CMCIA that brushed off Michael Manley, clean him up, take him out and bush jacket,
put him in a jacket and
tie, and lead him back to Jamaica House.
Yeah.
Real talk, Chuck, real talk.
Let me take half of a minute here. Sorry about that. Big up to everybody. Yeah, man. Chuck, Wagwan, long time I don't come on your platform, you know.
Yeah,
but yeah, what I say? You know what I say? John, I don't love talk about the PNP and Virgin because I get wicked by my heart, you know, man. And I get angry. Yeah, every time me find myself in a discussion with the things and the atrocities of the PNP, me get angry, brother. Me change. I'm one of the strongest Christian a man can ever possibly think of. And the man, if me follow them, then weak my heart.
But strength. We have to repeat, as Wolfram point out, you know, we have a lot of people who come of age in the last couple of years who don't know these things about the PMP. So our job, if we repeat, if we take it every day, if we repeat it, so them hear it and learn it, we have to do it.
True, man.
Yes, man. Totally agree. But brother, may I tell you, say, you know, why, me tell a man, say, when we talk about the 18 and a half years plus 4, you know, and 31 years, 8 Michael Manley, 18 under PJ Patterson and some part of that to Michael, and then Portia take another 4. So yeah, when you add it all up, it's 31 solid years to get up gross mismanagement of the economy. Jamaica last 31 years of mismanagement of our economy, no, brother. When you think about it, you know, we set back 31 years and I mean, look here, I am trying to understand these people that support the People's National Party. I mean, them say, I think it is about 300,000 plus people in Jamaica, which is undereducated. You know, I ascribe that to the PNP. Me have to ascribe that 300,000 people there were uneducated to the PNP, you know. Because we even hear from our Prime Minister that there are intellectuals, people who can read and write and go to university, who still cannot understand certain things in the politics. You know why? Because this Prime Minister has bring about a change in the whole atmospheric dimension politics. You understand me? He brings something different. He brings a different flavor to the politics, and the PNP is not capable of adjusting to this change. So they remain in that Michael Manley corrupted era.
And when the Prime Minister said those people who are intellectual who should know better, you know, I'm in a WhatsApp group with people who are not politicians. They are professionals. And that same video was shared in that group. And I said, without even doing much research, I said to the people in the group, I said, listen to what the minister said and listen to what she's talking about. The minister was talking about one program, but she come talk about another one. So the Prime Minister is dead on people who are intellectuals and should know better because of their political alliance. They don't spend enough time to even figure it out. There's
Exactly.
But she is also a university graduate. Right now, she is on her live. Chucks, you know, the lady will get also a color pen. That's what she name?
Yeah.
She's a worker for the PNP. She got her house under Michael Andrew Holness because of the fact that she was living in deplorable condition. Now they're saying that everybody know Movie Star because Movie Star is a known labor supporter. She's not to get a house, but Movie Star house was burnt down. Burnt down. That means if she did her house was burnt, there was no need to give her a house. This lady is an election day worker for Hilton, living in deplorable condition, doing so much for a party that required her to get a house. It was okay for Hilton to give his supporter a house, but it's not okay for Andrew Holness to give a JLP supporter who lost her house a house. All them to go look for the get a picture where she will live. And she not entitled and she have her money and whatever. Not okay for a laborer to benefit from the government of Jamaica social program, but it's okay for a comrade to
benefit. Friends, about the Hope House program is that they are not distributed on party lines. Only party lines it is distributed on is that the Labour Party members of Parliament are more eager to recommend persons than the PNP members of Parliament.
But also,
party line that is in the program. Every member of Parliament is entitled to 5 Hope House for the year. 5 you can recommend. 5. Now, who can remember how much member of Parliament recommend for the PNP collect them 5 in a year done?
Them not time for that.
They not time for that.
That's a league. Mark Gordon, give him 5.
No, Mark Gordon, the houses that went to Mark Gordon constituency was indigent house, not Hope House.
Oh, yeah.
And that is what people are not understanding. And by the way, Jamaica is not
Michael Phillips, no recommend none.
I would want that list published. I'd want the government to publish that list, and I would want the government to take all that money and build indigent homes.
So that is the problem.
They keep on argue about this, man, and what people don't understand, and they're using the website. Let me tell you something. Indigent houses can be built on government lands, and it can also be built on your land. The government land, which is a parish council land, you will never own that.
Are you sure?
And that is what this man was speaking about.
Yes.
The ones that are built on parish council land, and in every parish, the municipality have lands. Every community, the municipality own a piece, a community. Every community you can think of, the municipality have land. If an indigent house is built on it for you, lobby for you or whatever, when you die, it passed on to someone else. If an indigent house is built on your land, it will be, it is, and it is still yours. However, the social house, it's for the beneficiary 100%, because the first requirement for it,
you have to find the land.
Is that either you're in possession of the property legally or you are granted permission.
And that is why, Renz, I don't entertain that discussion. It don't make sense to me. And one thing I am sure of, and it has been proven time and time again, is that anything that is good for Jamaica, the PNP will always be against.
Especially for the poor, the same poor that they say the party love the most.
They will always be against it.
But you hear them say, you know, you throw one rock in a pig pen and the pig will scream and get hit.
Yeah. And it is so funny, you see, Chucks, it is so funny that the same PNP them will keep on saying that they love the poor. Think about that. They keep on repeatedly, them say it in a government and them say it in a opposition that they cares for the poor. Yet still no, they are fighting against things that are benefiting the poor.
But let me tell you why. If I was a fly on the wall at the PMP conference room, I can tell you that they have identified this program as a win for the government.
Yes.
And so they are attacking it from all different angles.
And then, remember now, my guy just said, rough one and glad just said that. Remember now, the attack on this program started a couple months ago.
Yes.
The contractor general, no, sorry, the auditor general said they found discrepancies
and duplications.
Yes. That is when the attack started. Then Gleaner now run a headline on it after that, talking about houses are being delivered late. So it is
no, they were saying no. The auditor general first came out. She came out and said that the housing program is duplicating. And she was talking, it's duplicating the indigent responsibility. Remember,
duplication of efforts.
Indigent of a local and the new housing of a central. I don't know why she never, whatever, but let us just leave that alone. Then the Gleaner came out 1 week after, it was a Sunday, and did a story about houses, and these houses were located in Mark Golden constituency.
I fall down.
No, and they were saying that these houses were delayed. When the ministry came out, one of the reasons it's delayed is because they said people in Matif, the material, and the contractor was not safe. Gleaner did not report it, you know. They did not, and this is what I'm saying. We have poor journalism. You go out there, you know, go to the other side and find out these people, whatever. Why is it that they don't get their house?
Because
I hear from morning a contractor issue. Alright, I'm not done yet, Chuck.
It was about attacking the program.
When I'm not show you yet, the second article they did was same, and them quoted as new social housing program when they were in fact indigent houses, and they went ahead and bungled issues with sewage. They still have nothing to do with the house, you know. The people them get them house them all right, and I can't see why the house was even mentioned. There was no reason to mention the house, because it's not because of the house they are having backed up sewage. It's because the community itself has a sewage issue. They did not ask, they did not speak to the member of parliament, they did not speak to the council, they did not speak to KSAMC to see what are you doing to solve the switch issue within the community. No, the focus was on the house, which is not the new social housing program. It's an indigent house. They make sure they take a picture and show it and whatever. And if you don't read the article, none tall, your immediate thought was that, okay, you build your house, them give people with sewage issue. And that was not true.
Good evening, brethren.
There was no reason to mention the house, whether it was even though they incorrected the label because the lady not get no new social house.
One quick question, guys. One quick question. Do you guys have any information about the pauper land? Because there was they used to do when paupers had no one, right? Somebody had no land at all. I mean, no living relatives, no next of kin, and they had a piece of land. There was a program in place where these people would go into an agreement with the government for the government to look after them. And then when they pass off, because they have no next of kin, no family, nobody at all, the government take the land. Do you guys have any information on that?
No, I don't have any information on that.
Last time I can get some info.
Right. So my mother was
Good evening.
my mother explained that part to me, and she said there was supposed to be a revision of that in the mid-2000s. So I think then keep on go back to, but that used to happen before. That used to happen before in Jamaica, where somebody just had a piece of land, had no one to look after them. They would let the government look after them until they die, and they give the government their land. And that happened across both administration. So for Natalie will come and go on like she don't know what happened. At that they talk about, at that they don't want to chat about, yeah?
So what I want to speak though too. What I want to speak though.
So me protecting Jay wants something for a minute.
Good evening, brethren and sisters.
I go and protect.
Bless upon yourself, keep the discussion going. You see what we have to understand, Ren's girl said earlier, poor journalism. There's no poor journalism in Jamaica. There is just an orchestration of the conglomerate called the RJR group, which include At 106, Gleaner, TVJ, RJR, and the orchestration to bring down the JLP. That's what it's about. Okay? That's what it's about. And we have to understand, sir, there is no way we can defeat that until we understand the tactic that they are using. Natalie Edley is the opposition spokesperson. And local government.
She was
local government. Yeah, they know local government. They understand the Local Governance Act. They know the Indigent Act. And the question that Petal just asked a while ago, I think some of those programs were subsumed under the new acts, the Indigent Act and all of them new acts that them have since the 2000s. And that's the reason why the parish councils take over indigent help to any indigent. Now, they know, but guess what? They also know that the people who listen to them don't know.
And don't care to know.
And don't care to know. So when they put things out there, look how simple this thing is. When you listen to a PMP, Marky G clean like a whistle, Marky G said this and Marky G said that. Is Mark Golden the paragon of virtue in Jamaica? No. But when them speak, because Mark Golden says so, I saw it go. So Mark Golden say the Prime Minister have question for answer about his integrity. There are allegations swirling around. Allegations are allegations. But the PMP them have evidence upon them every time them do something. They are not interested in what the evidence is saying. Them just interested in bringing down Andrew Holness and the JLP because that is the mission. And sometimes we get carried away in our discussion. Problem in a Mark Golden constituency from before me born. From Omar Davis in there, from who did it before Omar Davis. But no. Them couldn't take the picture and say, oh, what a nice house, and these people can now live comfortable. No. Them go take manual and say, shit, I flow through the yard. What? They are trying to create a problem where there is no problem. 411 asked a question on YouTube recently. Which scandal does the JLP have?
I've been asking that.
Can people in all honesty tell one scandal that the JLP have? I did a video about 6-7 months ago about the RJR Gleaner trying to cultivate. Them are trying to manufacture scandals. And that's why you see them a nitpick on some silly little foolishness. And anything them put out there and it stick, they run with it for a couple of weeks and rinse it till something else come around. And we have to understand the tactic. All of this way a year ago, you know, a foolishness. They know also, the PMP know, the Prime Minister said it yesterday when he addressed it. The PMP knows that no money where USA ID, any money US I give to nobody, it is not given directly to any government. A MOU have to be signed and a program has to be developed. And I'm talking about the help that certain government agencies get. Me not talk about the LGBT sitting that the US and the USA ID give money to private interest groups for run these things. Private interest groups. Is private interest group a part of the government? No, the PMP know that too. But they don't care.
They specifically named J Flag as beneficial.
Right. They don't care. Because as long as they put enough crap out there to confuse people. And they know also they are banking on the past history of the JLP. Where the JLP just sit down and make PMP say anything out there. And hope say people will have common sense enough to know say a foolishness. Not realizing the psychology of politics that teaches that if you repeat one thing over 30 times, it becomes true. Because that's the only thing somebody hear. So it forms the basis or the foundation on that topic for them. Now, is it too late in the game for JLP push back? No. Because everything that the PMP put out there are lies. But the good thing this time is that the JLP have evidence, clear against what the PMP has been saying to prove that it is a lie. I believe that the time is now. Yes, we say the JLP, G2K and the rest of them are roll out little things. Them take time to warm up and a heat up now. Era Council wanna go have them meeting soon. Yes, this is still a good time. If the Prime Minister plan for call election between May and July, it is still a good time. No wrong. But we need to understand the tactic. And trust me, I wish me did have time. Because what them I try to know, if you notice the news cycle them fast. This is one thing we are talking about today. Tomorrow, we can bet you say tomorrow Sunday sitting else will pop up in Gleaner. And I saw them I try to do it, to keep up a certain pace where it go hard for we keep pace with them. But you know what? We all keep pace with them.
But that's
because
protecting Jamaica. I believe that we have enough people on our social media platform whereby
yes,
while you have people out there is out there challenging the lie, you have to have person out there also speaking on what the government is doing and what they have already done. So I don't believe in running. Some of them argument to me is even non-existent. And as I said, people who believe them when them hear them, you can't help them, the people, and the people don't listen.
You see, we have to also remember in a truck. Can I remember a couple months ago, I do one video, a highlight. Can I follow Mark Golden page, you know? Every week, he have one group, a special interest group in a Jamaica meet with him. And Me remember a couple weeks before the pastor dropped down now St. Mary. Before Duppy box him down. Mark Golden meet with the church group. And me sure no say me identify him being a part of the church group.
Yeah, he was.
And one time me look upon him and me say, hold on there. And the pastor box down this year. And when me decide to me I go do a video upon it and me put it out there, and me ask some people, I put the question out there, please verify for me people if this no look like the man. And you know what the most disgusting thing? The church and its leaders. Yes, we know that the church leaders, the Jamaica Council of Churches, have always supported the PNP. Because the PNP always have promised them some. So I don't know what PNP can promise the church. For the church turn them back on Jamaica. And it is so disgusting to know that church people, they have seen it. They have seen the Jamaica Labour Party government stand up to America when they raise gay man flag up at the embassy. And Malawi Fort decides they must not stay up there.
Not stay up there.
And the church have seen when time the US embassy decides say, is a Batman and him man, they must send come to Jamaica and the man couldn't come and the government turn up and decide say he must not come here. We know no two man come in our country come grow and no meeting and hug up and kiss up for mislead with people them because we not depend on that. Me sure the church see when Mark Golden and the whole PNP they on social media, I congratulate Dre Bryan with man a kiss him up on the anniversary. But the church don't care because guess what? As long as it no form part of their narrative, you have one name sitting on it for sustain the society. We have a church people in there. Them no care because the PNP buy them out. And me ask a question. What did Mark Golden promise you, Jamaica Council of Churches? Church people, we are going to sit down in front of the pastor them. Why want to make them a fool, you know? What Mark Golden, because Mark Golden a grown a promise Senate seat and a promise seat per NHT board. What Mark Golden promise the church leader them? What did he promise them?
I'm going to send them to him, pastor.
Protecting JA. You might, I don't know if you see, I made a video on that, you know, where I said that there are church groups that are formed, right, to move against the Jamaica Labour Party, especially the Prime Minister. There are media groups that are formed for the same purpose. There are social groups that are formed for the same purpose, and not to mention most political groups.
Yes.
They have to play upon the ignorance of the Jamaican people, which they have created many years ago. So they want to maintain that ignorance. Yes, and if you know right now the strategy and the prudence of the Prime Minister, how he is going about formulating that strategy and to make the Jamaican people know that the PNP and what the PNP is all about. Yes, the Prime Minister is doing that. And that is a campaign of the Prime Minister to campaign on the negativity and the mental situation of the Jamaican people, which the PNP have created by free handout. That's how the PNP go about it.
It should also be noted that when such man run out a Senate seat for promise, him asks to increase the number of Senate seats.
Yes. Yes, he want the seat them increase.
So him can have more free handouts.
Okay. You see, any church people that are listening on Chuck, I want them to understand, because we see some pastor rise up in our country. I born and grew in a church, you know, and I think all Jamaican did have to go to church when we born. And so we have that kind of foundation there in a Christianity. And I cannot understand. I have never seen it anywhere in a country before, at the first the seat, where you have pastors will rise up in a Jamaica. Of course, Missy Mark Stewart, Tita Chambers, a prayer for Andrew dead. I never see that yet. But guess what? Because it bothered me so much when I saw it the first time, I decided that I was going to check. And I make some checks. And let me tell you something. You know what I find? All who things say, a mama alone did a help clansman over Punish Town. Numa is not the only pastor that was helping Klansman. When Klansman collect all of them the millions of dollars there in a bribe money or whatever money they call it, extortion money, nobody can walk into the bank. Any one of us walk into the bank with 500,000, the bank asks where we get money from. When the church goes to the bank with $1 million, the bank don't ask them no question. Because church keeps 7 days a week and people get offering. And so the church have been laundering money for Klansman for decades. And with the Klansman gang being dismantled and discombobulated, me just learned a word by the way. Right now, what is happening is the whole of the Hungry Belly pastor them in St. Catherine now make no money. Because what they used to do, take the extortion money, can go to the bank or put in a church account. And then take it out. So that Klansman can get if you spend legitimately. And let me tell you something, there's a whole lot of different wars happening in Jamaica now. Somebody said this morning, say, a whole heap of spiritual warfare. Warfare is in a high places happening in Jamaica now. A whole heap of different. Andrew Holness get licked from all angles because there are people in the society who rather when the society is loose. Them live better, them survive better when the society loose. Them don't want law and order in a society. And so that's why you're going to see a whole heap of people crawl out from the woodwork, left, right, and center, to cuss the government. But I tell you, Jamaican people, if you are seeing with your own eyes that Jamaica is being transformed, but you are willing to allow the PMP to tell us nothing not go on, to something go on in Jamaica, about 5 new company, Mark Golding and Peter Bunting start in an Andrew Holness prosperity economy. But you only hear about rerum. A 5 somebody tell me say them know about. So if nothing not go on, Mark Golding start so much company, and nothing not go on. If not now go on, all on a taxi man, we can't find seat to put passenger now. We don't realize here because only people at work. Why we don't have so much passenger, we don't have to search and beg and wait and son about out to no Florida daytime. Because enough people are come from work, like back in the days down a free zone. When you look at people like Sandgreen, bus never have seat to put people. So we can go about for PMP, make PMP mash up the economy. And then it goes right back to square one where 10 taxi man are run down 5 passenger. I wonder if Jamaica realize what's happening.
As you mentioned of the taxi man, you see, I was looking at the route between Mandeville, just Mandeville and Spurtree alone. Anybody who happened to drive on the road between Mandeville and Spurtree, if you go down Spurtree Hill, just take a look at the amount of businesses that is set up on that stretch of road. And tell me if taxi man now paid.
Not only that stretch of road, you know, strength. I give you 2 stretch of road that people need to pay attention to. If you're leaving Kingston via Spanish Town Road to enter Mandela Highway, look over to your right at that road. Over that right hand side in 2016 used to be a wet swampland. If you look over there now, it is a thriving industrial complex. Nestle, Tropical Battery, whole heap of big factories over there. Look at Draxal. Look at that stretch of road just when you leave out at Ochireas there, so before you get to Discovery, Discovery Bay, I think that the first one there is. Look at that stretch of road. Quartz Jamaica, Total Tools, Knoxford Express, to name a few.
Chuck, I have experience driving on the road between Ochireas and Discovery Bay at 10 o'clock in the night. And police are at every single stoplight directing traffic. 10 o'clock in the night. You hear me tell you? You have to crawl all the way from Ochireas down to Discovery Bay.
Yes. Hold on the call. Winner. Alright, go on, Carl. One and only winner, not ready yet.
Yes, man. Good afternoon to your viewers and listeners. Good discussion, man. Good discussion. But just to follow up on what Protecting JA is saying, and I'm just wondering though, with this, and I don't know, we have 49 seats, right? And right now we're supposed to be carrying some status in the country. Because Chuck, previously, back in the 90s, coming up early 2000, if you're a supporter of the Labour Party, you virtually have to hide. Any discussion? Well, they attack my experience. You understand? I don't know about your experience. I'm talking about. Yeah, man, you can't open the talks in the 90s. I remember 1997 election, right? I think that election will last. Labour Party only will win 8 seats, and the People's National Party win 52 seats, right? I remember prior to the election, that was the election when that PJ Patterson talked about the flight, about he's going to fly the gate. I remember that election very, very vividly.
Yeah, man.
And I remember I was in a taxi. That time Melrose bypass never cut yet. I was coming from Maypen. I was driving on the old road going into Mandeville. And I was in a taxi and there was a discussion, it was just weeks before the election. And I was in the taxi and I hear some people, some PNP support. Well, obviously, they were PNP supporters. And I was going to have some objection to the discussion. But the lucky thing, someone never really interject because the driver, the person sitting at the front, and the 2 persons will sit on beside me at the back, all support the government. So probably if me the interject and have some form of objection, then that's the taxi and let me out.
Let you out, eh?
Yeah, but based on what I said, because the labor right are idiot and all kind of something. So when we hear, and this has been going around, and what we hear Protecting JA say a while ago about the churches, the Integrity Commission, the NIA, the Advocates Network, the Jamaica Meter Portal. I am wondering, and we have 49 seats, and it looked to me, it's like a we in the opposition. I don't know how it come across to you guys.
But,
Chuck, let me hear you on that, Chuck. Let me hear you say.
And you're right. When this is something that we speak on regular, is that up until recently, and I'm talking very recently, it wasn't popular for people to speak out, say them are labor right. It was something for people hide. As me said, the PMP then put it in a song. Say them have we under manners, heavy manners. I never joke them up. But as I said, there's a difference called between perception and reality. If you follow, as you say, the gleaner and them people there, then you might, that's what them are trying to lead you. But make no doubt, absolutely no doubt I have in my mind that the Jamaica Labour Party is in charge and Andrew Michael Holness is our Prime Minister. It's not whether or not, is, right? But as you say, I know that these people are working an agenda. I definitely know that. And my job here every day is to open the eyes of these people, make them know, say, listen to me. These people are working an agenda. And now it's not the time like in the 90s when people used to only get news from Lindos Road and North Street so they could manipulate the narrative and keep people in the dark. Now we have a very powerful social media present full of very knowledgeable people that are here every day and are doing our best and will continue to do our best to get the news out there. Simple as that. So we in charge, man. Nobody follow the full perception. Where say them a try put out the perception of corruption versus the reality of corruption. The JLP is perceived to be corrupt, while in reality, the PMP are write the book on corruption.
Chuck, you are a Jamaican first, correct?
By miles.
And you would have to call corruption where you see corruption, whether it be on PMP or Labour Right. Because if there's corruption, I have to admit. But when I scour the internet and I scour our social media platform, there's not one corruption in the last 5 years that I can point to say this was committed by the Jamaica Labour Party. The illicit six that PMP might mention is perceived because there is evidence that there has been fraudulent activity. And even in the very report, it says that majority, if not all of these reports, all of these investigations comes to naught. So where are the proven corruption? As I said, there's perception of corruption. But when you look at the PMP, we can see the evidence of corruption. We can see where MOCA raided. We can see where Integrity Commission is investigating. And we can see WhatsApp messages, WhatsApp voice notes, right? We can see $300 million building being built and approved by mayor of the Kingston St. Andrew Municipal Corporation. Corruption.
Corruption.
Yeah, but you see, Chuck, and one and only, you look at even the case with the Integrity Commission, right? Mrs. Keisha Prince Kamika, the Director of Corruption Prosecution, recommended that there's no reason not to certify the Prime Minister's statutory declaration. Right? Remember saying, if she had the one that is responsible, you know, to determine whether or not a person is supposed to face prosecution or not. And her recommendation is that the Prime Minister statutory declaration is to be certified. So why was it sent by the why was her input override and send a complete report to the Parliament stating that they need further investigation from the Tax Administration of Jamaica and the FID, the Financial Investigation Division of the FID.
Because we have a gentleman at the Integrity Commission who is not working with the rules that govern the Integrity Commission, but with his personal feelings. So he's saying, until I feel like it, when there is a list of criteria which you have to satisfy, and as far as I am concerned, as far as everybody else is concerned, the Prime Minister has met them all. But now he's saying, until I am concerned. Right? But because, you know, because as we say, Jamaica is still young, the Integrity Commission is still young. So there is some kinks in it that has to be worked out, and that is one of the kinks. Right? So, as I said, I have all the confidence in my Prime Minister because he has got to be the most scrutinized Prime Minister in the history of the entire Caribbean.
But look again, Chuck. Look on the level of double standard, right? Look at the level of double standard. The Integrity Commission Act, you know, one of the clauses in the Integrity Commission Act is that if a person deemed that they are being unjustly treated, they have the provision to go through a judicial review, right? So why when the Prime Minister utilized the courts for his judicial review, it's a problem.
But it's a problem that it was the Integrity Commission themselves have a problem with the Prime Minister taking them to court.
But the opposition
law that they abide by gives, as I said, any individual the ability to challenge a report or finding from the Integrity Commission. And whatever the Integrity Commission writes, they try to inject the fact that the Prime Minister is challenging them in the court of law. Even when they think can't fit into the scenario, they try to put it inside here. They were speaking about corruption
in terms of expectation from the remind me of the agency again, Chuck. The overseas, Transparency International. Talking about Transparency International and the expectation of a report to come soon, but yet you put in the Prime Minister in that report. How him reaching there?
Because we not the effort, the concerted effort by all of these groups, by the PMP, by the media, is everything possible. Just put the Prime Minister name in it. I don't have none. Remember, they sent a report to the Parliament that the Prime Minister was the subject of it. And in the same report, it said, yeah, even though the Prime Minister have no tie to this, but he's still the subject.
And his name was mentioned over 100 times.
Yes.
So anybody that is reading that document will left with the Prime Minister in them head. Them not left with nothing else, but the Prime Minister, because a concerted effort was made to mention his name over 100 times in the 100
times. So we have to say, as protecting JA said before him exit, there's an effort. It is not just a single entity. It is all of them. And remember, let's not forget the words of Aluma Samba, who said, we form these groups, we call them civic group, but we make sure they are filled with PMP persons because them have an agenda, and now we see them agenda. But let me hear from Menasitan. That's how I pronounce the name. Many students. Get it? Many students. Yes.
Yeah. I kind of got divert the conversation. Remember in the 90s, the kind of music where used to come out of the 90s about the government and poverty and how the government was. All right. And some of those same artists today come and support that same party, right?
Well, let me give you two examples of artists that has gone against the government. Early, a couple years ago, we had a very outspoken, what was his name again? What the man name again? Why I can't remember my name?
Bojo.
Not Bojo, man. Not Bojo. Why I can't remember my name again, man? The Ras man.
And a Tony Rebel attack.
No, not Rebel. New man, he just sing some song with him. The man when name a call up in the Clansman channel. Ayaktian. Remember, we have a very famous Ayaktian who was speaking everything about the government, all this and that. Then the next thing we hear is that Ayaktian, who used to be one who used to travel around with the Clansman doing music and getting favors granted. We see Kipwich now turn up at a PMP conference. And then now we hear say him is wanted. A criminal organization will always attract other criminals.
Yeah. And not only that, them are go around and talk about anti-government supporting.
In other words, Chuck. In other words, birds of a feather flock together.
That is when I make you finish. Go ahead, Minister.
Yeah, them are talk about the anti-oldness and homosexuals, right? But yet still, the two biggest homosexuals, Dre Brian and Andre, I support them and I push them to win.
Let me give you evidence along those lines.
And Deborah Ikins, name's cultural spokesperson.
Yeah, it was Bruce Golding that says not in my cabinet. Can't happen. It was Malahoo Fort who tell the US embassy, said, take down the gay flag. You can't fly it in a free country. It was this government that refused to give special accreditation to the gay lover of a US ambassador.
Special declaration. It was supposed to get special privilege.
Yes. And we refuse that our laws don't affect them there. So our track record of fighting against that is there. It was Portia Simpson Miller when asked agreed to look at the Bulgari law to have it removed.
And Lisa Hanna,
yes. So the track record is clear. So we don't need to argue with them.
But no, but them are trying to pin that couple comment section, them a try pin that for Andrew, them a try use that argument, and you know you have Jamaicans, them not believe what them see or them just believe what them hear. Them see the facts, but you tell them something. I mean, notice the strategy with PMP, you know, them appeal to the emotions. Come here, watch this clip, and the lady, she talks so with so much emotion. She was like, "We are for the people, and we're the," and I'm like, "But this is empty words. What do you mean you're for the people? What are you gonna do for the people?" And people were in the comment section like, "Yes, you know, I go along with it." And I'm like, you know, so them people are really crazy.
But most of them people in the comment section are PNP plans, you know. Yes, man. Them remember, you know, these, all right, the PNP, you have to give them one thing. They are master manipulators.
Hey, what's up?
Yes, master manipulators. The PMP, I will say it here all the while, the PMP will convince a man to just eat Indian and say hungry.
Yes.
A man will go in at the bank and just draw $10 million to him account, and the PMP will tell him, say, you know, say you broke, although you have $10 million in your pocket.
Yes, them good at that.
They got another $10 million.
They are good at that. That's how PMP work. Them teachers now in Jamaica are getting opportunities like no more to go overseas and teach, which is a good thing. But the PMP will tell us, boy, something wrong with that. That's how them work. And what you have to continue repeat and tell the people is that the PMP will never support anything that is good for the poor or for Jamaica itself. They don't like that. What them like now is when the Don, that's why they support Don manship. They like when the Don, when the Tapanarists, them alone get rich. That's what them like, that's what them promote. So don't follow them and them pleading. Look who Mark Gordon carry back on stage with him one year. Danai Williams, Skengdang.
And the daughter, the woman named daughter.
In order to get back Danai Williams on them team, that's what them had to do, get a seat. They never get a seat because they're a politician. Then get a seat because that is part of the condition of Skengdang coming back in them corner. Because they cannot win an election without.
Danai, your Skengdang daughter get a position and she got a board position. Remember, you know, last year, April, they had appointed Skengdang daughter to a government agency board. Let me tell you exactly what it named. The Road Traffic Appeal Tribunal Board. Skengdang daughter is on the board as at April. I remember at PNP conference, they came out and said, thanks Skengdang for his movement in Manchester. Now, all along, you know, with that said, no man, this no look right. Oh, she managed to get position on the board. Now with Roe was promised a housing board position if him step aside nicely. Now we realize that them giving out, because remember, I know, when it comes down to government agency board, the opposition and the government recommend people to be appointed. Skengdang daughter was recommended by the opposition for the appeal tribunal board. Roe was promised a housing board position. So these things are payments for job done. Payments for job done. Skengdang daughter was given the board membership because our father helped them in a Manchester local government election, the Road Traffic Appeal Tribunal. She's on that board. And she was appointed in April of 2024, 2 months after the local government election, when Skengdang himself spent millions to ensure say them win Manchester municipality. And this is before Roe come out and make we know say them a pay people board position.
These board position and Senate appointments are used as payment. So they are not putting people who are willing to serve, but they are used as payment for support. All I say when I repeat and I say the PMP write the book on corruption. I know joke me and make another line I tell Pandem.
I like this as well. We need to be digging up back people that have been, because Rose spoke about it in December. And then we look back and we say, hold on. November, when was the conference? September. When Mitchell came out and make everybody know, say, as Kingdom make them win the election. And April, months after local government elections, Kingdom data was given a government board position. We need to point out them here as well.
Yes,
so these are all evidence shows that them a PAP, them not. No, nobody not tell me what is role qualification. Nobody hear what is role qualification?
It's the data boss.
Nobody don't know what is his qualification. But you are willing to put him in a decision-making position for the country. We need to
Rensburg, I think he's an accountant. Isn't he an accountant?
The man couldn't pass the PMP integrity test.
No, we don't know, because remember, listen carefully. When Cliff Hughes asked about his qualification, he didn't answer. He speaks that he was an accountant for Renium Rerum or whatever it be. He did not disclose it. Did anybody hear him say what we're in school or anything like that?
No, I don't think those things came out.
No, because I know Cliff asked and he did not answer. I went and spoke about Rerum.
Yes, where he worked as an accountant, but as we said, we believe this position is used for payments. This position that used for payments for job well done.
I have a question, you see.
Right.
I have a question that I want to ask. You hearing me? The question I want to ask, you see? Because I kind of do a little special, but I can't come up with the right answer. Maybe my last another one. Can you name me some of the programs that the PNP has ever established that it has used the public funds, the people's taxpayers' money to fund directly? A program created by the PNP that them use taxpayers' money to fund directly. And we can say, all right, that was done directly with the people's money under a PNP government.
Let me give you a couple of them, because I don't know me like to speak honestly at the PNP. Operation Pride was one such program. We know the result. Network was one such program. We know the result. Well, let me give you the others. Them there, you know. Them there.
Fox, let me just say something real quick and then we jump the box. I've analyzed that PMP voters vote on what them hear. Them not to see nothing, what they hear. And Labour Right voters vote on what they see. So they vote that way. That's what I've analyzed. And
that is so true.
And yes, hence why they use their mouth a lot and say all kind of stuff. That's what I've analyzed.
Betty Black Boy, that's a better question you're asking. Well, there's no successful one.
Yes, Chuck. That is how the question was supposed to ask. Yes, was there any successful or sustainable program under the PNP administration that them use taxpayers' money to do directly without the intervention of other bodies or other entities?
Donations from overseas.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Like what is happening under Andrew Wallis led administration now, where he's using taxpayers' money sustainably to do so many development in the country.
Well, I'll be honest, I don't. Let me give winner. You can't think of any.
Because me still I do some research and can't come up with none yet, you know. That's why me have to ask the question.
I asked a question similar to that yesterday, that is strange. When I asked somebody to point to me one school, one hospital, and one road that the PMP would have constructed in the 18 years with taxpayers' money. One road, one school, and one hospital.
Sustainably.
I'm not talking about with loans or with money. I'm with taxpayers' money.
We are on the same page, sir. We are on the same page. That is what I want to know.
Our grants.
Right. Taxpayers' money. They are gonna come and tell us, say, we built Highway 2000. But Highway 2000 was French money invested in Jamaica. So that's not taxpayers' money. Then we tell you about a couple of schools that two of them built over Portmore, but those were schools built by churches, not the government of Jamaica. Right? I want them to give me a school.
So Chuck.
Yeah.
I listened to PJ recently. When he saying build 17 secondary schools, what am I talking about?
Let me tell you about PJ and 17 secondary schools. There was a program by the European Union. Gave Jamaica $50 million to construct. I don't remember the amount of schools, but I need to research and find out the name of that program. The money was come to Jamaica, and when it was time to review the program, them couldn't find the schools that should have been constructed. Yeah, $50 million. The money was collected, but it disappeared. Again, that is PMP for you. Right? So when I was earlier, back when we had time to argue with Comrade, I was on a platform with one man named Cole. And when he said PJ build 60 schools, me say name them. Him say, they don't put no name on the list, they only put 50 schools. That was what he said. He said they don't put no name on the list, they only put 50 schools. So they give people these talking points to run out in the public and repeat. So luckily, presently you have people like me and Winner and whole heap of others, Mario Strength, who can stand up and tell them, say, prove it. Yes, tell them to prove it. The PNP cannot point to a school or a road that they would have constructed using taxpayers' money. No. When it comes to taxpayers' money, I tell you, say, listen to Omaro. Me and Omaro agree on one thing, that the PNP use taxpayers' money to fund the elites in this country, to borrow money from them and pay them back at very high interest rate. That is why in 2009, when we go to the IMF, and the IMF came and looked at our books, the IMF said that 75% of the national debt was held by locals. I remember coming out of the 90s, we lost about 90% of our financial institutions. Which Jamaicans held 75% of the national debt? That is where we have to look and analyze. Which Jamaicans held that much of our national debt?
And may I interject another thing again, right here, so. The PNP, right, in their tenure, every year they establishes taxes on the people, right? And they would have increased some tax and they would have imposed other taxes. Yes. To every time that the PNP impose a new tax, them give us specifics that the tax is going to do what the tax is directed to, what it is for. For example, The other day when this Rasta guy there over there, so Damian Crawford, right? When him say he's going to increase the GCT, he said he's going to use it to fund education, right? Likewise, Dayton Campbell recently again said when he increased taxes on imported food items, he also directed to the farmers to fund agriculture. Now, if you backtrack a bit, right, in the PNP tenor, has they ever used the tax for what they said it was meant for? Because what has happened in their time, the taxes that them impose never go to the program that them said it was meant for. Instead, it went into a fund, and then it leave from the fund now into their pockets. That's how the PNP run the country, you know.
Let us go back straight and think of. Let me go to one and make sure everybody can remember. Give me a second. When we done this, so let me come to you. In 1999, the government at the day, the PNP, imposed a $20 cess on gas, the gas tax, that they say would be used to fix roads.
You see, what I love reason we do though.
And that is why the promise was made that because of this tax, Jamaica would be pothole free by 2003. Be sure everybody remember that promise. Because of this tax where they put, Jamaica would be pothole free by 2003. Yes, that was a promise made because of that tax. Now, guarantee that the Jamaican people rise up and riot and PGA came up and rolled back the tax. And they rolled it back 1 month, and 2 months after that, twice the amount was imposed on gas, $1 at a time. But by 2003, the Jamaicans road were in the worst condition it has ever seen. So not $1 of that gas tax ever made it to fix one pothole in Jamaica. So Strength, you are 100% correct in that none of these taxes that they would have implemented for special reasons. The GCT, the General Consumption Tax, but that is why Bruce said, yes, the General Consumption Tax, for those of you who can remember, was implemented in an effort to remove income tax.
Recommendation from Mark Golding led team.
Yes. They're going to implement a general consumption tax, and that will in turn, they're going to remove income tax because guess what? They say more people spend now we are work. So if we tax the spending, we'll get more. And they said, we're going to start the GCT at 10%, and as we bring up the GCT, we'll bring down the income tax until they wipe out each other. The GCT went up, and the income tax was never moved. So therefore, the people of Jamaica was taxed twice. When you collect your pay and when you spend it. Right? So you're right, Strength. Every time them implement a specialized tax, it disappears into somebody's pocket.
Chuck, I can explain a tax, how wicked the PNP has been in terms of taxes.
Right.
So when you get your salary, it is taxed, PAYE. When you put it into the bank, it is taxed. Again, when you remove it, withholding tax, then they put on ATM tax. So you pay to remove your money from the bank twice. When you spend that money, you're taxed GCT. Every single avenue that you turn, the PNP has found a way to take the money from your pockets. It is this government that is removing the clutches of taxation from the pockets of Jamaicans, and we must appreciate the work being done.
Yes. Because back in the 90s, I was very concerned about the taxes back then. And I called Mr. Perkins. And I'm going to tell you how Mr. Perkins answered that question. When I put to Mr. Perkins the tax situation, I said, sir, I cannot understand something here. The income tax which we are paying, the GCT, all right, and other taxation on the people, right? And I also involved the borrowing of money from international agencies like the IMF, World Bank, and all of that. So I was kind of scoping all of this money that the PNP was collecting and wondering in my mind, what are they doing with it? Because obviously we weren't seeing anything done. There was no new school, no refurbishing, no hospital being cared about, no road maintenance, nothing at all was happening back then when I asked Mr. Perkins the question. And when I asked him, everybody know him famous laugh. And he laughed and said, sir, you take that money and buy carpets and rugs every year and big SUV. You hear what me I tell you? So from way back when me concerned about the tax dollar, how the people's tax money is spending. And this is the government that is showing up right now, and that the PNP has done extremely reckless when it comes to the tax dollar.
Let me give you a quick rundown of some of the taxes that the PNP would have imposed during that 18 years. The GCT, the PNP implemented a tax on overtime earnings. The PNP implemented 2 different taxes on gas. They implemented tax on rum. They implement tax on phone call. They implement tax on hand card. They implement tax on patty. They implemented a tax on sanitary napkin used by women. They implement a tax on lotto winnings. If you look at cash pot winning, them tax. Them tax, yes, workers' uniform money get tax. Tips where you work get tax. All these were implemented by the People's National Party. All of these.
And I think they were going after the night girls, them too.
Yes, they want them ready to tax.
You don't remember that?
And Chuck, if they weren't careful, if people weren't careful, they would have taxed the church. The church was left. The PNP would have found a way to tax church. I tell you.
Maybe that's a part of the agreement they make, you know. Support you and we won't tax you.
PNP is the only organization that built a road to tax the people them if you go to their yard.
Not in yard. Yes.
And they had planned that for the people of St. Thomas to tax them to go to their yard. There is no way that you could have escaped from your house. It was like a prison. You pay to go in and you pay to come out. That is the PNP for you.
But we know, as you mentioned, the St. Thomas Road. The portion seems the Miller administration plan to build a poor road to go to St. Thomas. And at this time, St. Thomas was still the forgotten parish, you know. Where the people of St. Thomas who didn't have no investment out of St. Thomas would have get money to pay a toll to go to them yard. And them people that say they love poor, you know. Them people that say they love poor, but you want to implement that tax from one of the poorest parishes we had at the time.
I want to tell you what that was, Chuck. That was an election gimmick. That was a way for the PMP to pilfer from the coffers of the people of Jamaica. Just like they did with Operation Pride, it would have been Operation St. Thomas. Run with it. You go on with the PMP, you know, they're good at selling the Jamaican people hope.
I was speaking to someone last night, winner. She attended a university. And she said to me last night that our professor was, you know, so them PMP, you know, so PMP preach politics any crowd them get. She said the professor was discussing the Morant Bay Urban Center in the class and was saying that the center is bad for St. Thomas because the parish is gonna be overdeveloped. A professor, you know, saying the parish of St. Thomas, when you build the urban center, will be overdeveloped. So these people in the classrooms are teaching the picnic them foolishness in the names of politics. Yes. The urban center no good over there going to be overdeveloped. That is why PMP have them as the forgotten parish for decades. Lock down all investment to them.
Chuck, one of the news that they were selling the people of St. Thomas is that their lands were going to be stolen. That they can't go do no farming again. But them now going to show the people them how their lives will be transformed and their property value, something that they were sitting on from generation to generation, cannot be sold. No, because nobody no want it. Nobody no want to go to St. Thomas. All of a sudden, worth millions of dollars, transforming them life because them ancestors left properties to them. Properties that them themselves could not develop, even if they wanted to do agriculture on it. But PMP was there telling them, listen, they are going to thief on the land. We can't do no farming again because they are going to develop the place. Eh?
So they went in now and was painting development in a bad light. Development is the enemy. Development is the enemy. But I tell you now, I say, I don't know. I hard to understand how people run behind PMP. Never disrespect a woman, but as I said, how people run behind PMP. In information age, as I said one day, I could forgive the people in the 70s, in 1972. I can't forgive them. They didn't have information. I maybe can forgive 1989 because they didn't have information. But nowadays, no self-respecting Jamaican should be running behind the People's National Party. None.
Hey, Chuck. I mentioned about what PJ talked about the 17 high schools when built. Did you guys watch that? Did you guys listen to that YouTube? It's on BOJ TV. And it says, learning from history to navigate tomorrow. That was the title.
BOJ TV. All right, let me go find it.
BOJ TV, yeah. And what I got from that is PJ is trying to rewrite history and rehabilitate his legacy as a prime minister. Everybody should go and listen to it if you don't know. The man is trying to make claims as if he was the best prime minister of Jamaica and what he had done. So it's a narrative they're trying to push that PJ was this great prime minister.
I'm close to that now, so I'm going to try clean up.
Yeah. PJ was prime minister he was MP for Eastern Westmoreland, and that is my area. That's my constituency where I'm from. And if anybody don't know, as you know, we talk about St. Thomas today. Westmoreland is now leading as the parish that is left behind, particularly Eastern Westmoreland. There is no legacy that PJ can claim. None whatsoever.
Not just PJ. Remember, you know, Westmoreland produced a couple of the top ministers from the PMP. And agriculture minister, there is no agricultural development in Jamaica. Water minister, there is no water development in St. Thomas. A tourism minister and a prime minister. All these persons have killed the Westmoreland people that has voted for them for decades. Right? Voted for the PMP for decades, and all of them kill the people. What's that?
Chuck. Good evening, Chuck. I want you to read the 2015 Peter Phillips, how you call it, budget. Down to cigarette or the tobacco industry, the man them have to go in and go tax. Taxing cigarette by an increase of 12%, jumping from 10, right? That's a 2015. This is a direct article, you know, where me make sure I screenshot it. These are the so-called great PMP, you know. Look, the tax say special consumption tax on cigarette, which will increase to 12 per stick, up from 10.50 per stick. This measure takes effect tomorrow, March 13. 2015. Although the last upward adjustment to his rate was effective in January, the government returned to the tobacco industry for additional tax revenue. Yeah, indicates that this may be a reliable tax revenue earner. The article writer says, put in short, more taxes. Down to cigarette. Everything what the Jamaican people use very often. The PMP, because of bad fiscal policies, running out of fiscal ideas, them tax the people, them consumption daily.
Yes,
and the same PMP with them say
when
good.
you say that, and when you say running out of fiscal ideas, you have to put in the NIR in the bridging. Because that them sink that, you know. You understand? So there was no backup. There was nothing to back up anything in this country. Right? And we have to really and truly give God thanks. Say every time that there is a natural disaster or a natural phenomenon, God take the PNP out of the people them way.
That is trend. Again, 2015, article me I read. The BPO sector, the BPO man at the time, we can't call him name, and we can't come off of the page. Me can't come over TikTok and go up on the page to go mute me. The man them were strongly against the PMP's proposal coming from Dr. Peter Phillips as finance minister to tax the BPO sector, warning that it will send a damaging effect on the BPO sector. Then the guy in fact quoted and showed that, look, Jamaica is losing, and the guy quoted some numbers, especially because of competition. The guy also quoted that saying, that's the big man for the BPO sector them time, they say, look, Jamaica is compared to another South American country. And the man said that the country they do better than Jamaica in the BPO sector and still never resort to overtaxing the BPO. I want to pull out them article here, you know. Is it the 2015 article, them and them article from 09? Can make people like Comrade Richards go one side and stop till the Jamaican people lie. Say the best government for PMP for Jamaica was PMP. It's a grand lie.
Gustav, you tell me about the best government for Jamaica PMP. There's a reason, you know, why I no longer converse with people like Comrade Richards and them people, you know. Them a waste of time. Them is a waste of good discussion. Me can't waste my good discussion on them anymore. But you're right, you know. The PMP has been on a mission to whitewash them history. There has been on a mission to clean up. That's why them must say things that can never them. All of the atrocities when we can point on them, they must try to clean it up. That's why Mark Golden come and say the 90s was the best time in the history of this country in an effort to whitewash, because when them look back down the road, they don't like what they see. When they look back down the road, them don't like the trail where they leave behind them. So them do them best to see if them can clean it up. Brother Mario, long time you coming to the place. Where are you going with?
Yeah, man. Blessed afternoon. Blessed afternoon, my fellow Laborites. But you know, there's this one song out there. Persons like Daddy Strength Winner, Churchill, and Chuck will actually know the song properly. When I think of the goodness of Jesus and what he has done for us, right? Our soul cry out hallelujah, and I know the song. But I can change that song all around, you know, and said when I think of the goodness that Andrew Holness has done for the people of Jamaica, the people keep on saying what a wonderful prime minister he is. You understand? And these speak to the volume where I don't know how many people know 100-man police station in Portmore to the tax office. That's Stretcher Road right there, and that same hand.
Yeah, man.
It's a brand new, as a matter of fact, on both sides. It's a brand new space. You understand? A brand new space where you can think about Price Mart, Courts, Fontana Pharmacy, Starbucks, on and on, a new mall, over the next side of the road. Then you have the Sovereign Village, there on and there on. You understand? And these are things that this government literally doing for the people of Jamaica, especially in Portmore. You understand? So much has happening in Portmore, where Portmore literally is a different place over. And I beg to question and I ask, why is it that you have people that call themselves educated going around and painting a picture and narrative that they are, as Chuck would say, PMP is good for that. If you just eat your belly full, then PMP can convince you and say you're hungry. But I just can't understand. For the past, let's say 2 to 3 years, the amount of motor vehicle that has come on this road, it's unprecedented. You understand? It is unprecedented. I can recall, and I know this. You understand? People used to struggle sometimes, you know, to get a taxi or all of that stuff. It was so hard, and the taxi operators would be so disrespectful to you and all of that stuff. Now I can see that the government, you know, invite at least 2 international companies to be in Jamaica, as is right now. That is Hindrive and also Uber. You understand? And those things are letting people making so much money you can't imagine. I know a young man right now making $600,000 a month with ease. You understand? I said a month with ease. You understand? So these are the things that this government is doing. And the civil society and all of those people, they don't like it. Because they look a young youth, a young man can buy a house when he's 28 or 25 years old. A young man can literally buy a house. So they don't like when they literally see young people. Them only want to see the people them when they're upscale, up at the top. Suppose me see houses in Phoenix Park selling. And as before the house even make, the house them sell off. In Caribbean Estate, before the house finish, them sell off. These are things that this government, stuff that this government put in place for young people and even elder people to benefit from. Because I heard a lady that is in private things in government, work with the government. That lady is there for 45 years, and the lady said it's the best in her history. The lady literally buy her car, then did that sell the house that she was living in. The people them sell it and she was renting it, and you know them have the first preference. And the lady could have buy her house. You understand? And I can't understand why is it that some people coming in and talking all kind of nonsense. Playing up and talking about what Mark Golden will do. Mark Golden distinctly said that me not have a plan. So when Andrew call election, me I go try job up something and just send it out and make no think about it. By them time, nobody can think about nothing at all. That's Mark Golden, that's what he said.
As the Prime Minister said, Mario, this election and the campaign is a battle for
the minds. But Chuck, hold on a second. Let this. I can tell this gentleman down here in the chat. He asked me how people make 600,000. I am going to just quote In Drive at the present moment right now. I know a young man, and I say this over and over. I don't want to mention his name because he's in the Portmore area. You understand? This young man, the In Drive, and this young man every single day, this young man make 25,000. Check that's after gas and him lunch. I want to check 25,000 and see how much I get. And it's not like him can't make more, but that's what he literally makes every single day because there's a WhatsApp group that In Drive have. You understand? And there is a thing when you have your monthly earning, your weekly earning, it is right there. And the young man publish it in the group. That him literally makes 600. It's more. But 600,000 after I buy him gas and him lunch. That's what the man make. So I can talk about this.
Mario, what people don't link to the success of In Drive and anything then is the amount of people now that is going out to work. Remember, we moved from 2016 at 13, I think it was 14.8% unemployment rate in 2016 to now 3.6. So yes, they're going to have more people traveling. They're going to have more people calling in taxi to go work and to go home. So yes, taxi and In Drive can make millions of dollars daily because the work is there.
Exactly. So that's how he makes the money, Mr. Watt. That's how the gentleman make his money. And people there making more. I don't buy. There was this man that went there, command the thing, and the man say make 50,000 a day. I don't believe it, but me not believe it. But me not disbelieve it. Me not know. I don't believe it, but me not disbelieve it.
3.5. All right, thank you. But listen, a regular route taxi we run say from 3 Mile or from Afro Tree to Seaview. I make him good $15,000 a day after I put back in him gas. A day after I put back in him gas. I remember In Drive and Uber makes more than these people.
Right.
Right? So listen, I say it all the while, and I don't think people understand this. Opportunities in Jamaica to make money are enough. What also enough in Jamaica is some lazy comrade who feed them idea of benefit is an envelope run at the back of the Paris Council office. Unless they are getting that, them will tell you say nothing and go on. Unless one mayor or somebody from the KCC a walk out in them constituency and a issue out down envelope, them will tell you say nothing and go on. But Jamaica today is awash with opportunities for business-minded young people to move to the front and take advantage. That is what we have today. That is what we have today in Jamaica, and we have to learn to tap into it and know that the nation building is not for the government, it's for every single one of us. We have to play our part. That is why somebody said earlier, so we move from a place where the Prime Minister of Jamaica was telling people, say, 5 flights a day, take one. To know we have a Prime Minister who is saying, come home to your country. Come home. You're right, official, yes? People are now saying, come home to your country. Because guess what? The opportunity is there now for you to make something of yourself and contribute to nation building, and that we are encourage people for. But I want to ask something, guys, and everybody in the chat want to answer upon this. I want to rock on the brain and say, can anybody, even in the last 18 years, or even in the 70s, think back of a time when any PMP administration ever reduced any tax burden on the Jamaican people? Have they ever come into office yet and say a tax and cut it by even 1%? Me think no, but maybe my memory bias.
Well, you hold me go respond to that question, you know. You see the PNP, them align with lawyers, you know. See? And one of the things about lawyers, as I always say, lawyers don't give back. Right? Lawyers don't give back, Virgin. And that is why me cannot reflect or, you know, think back to any one of those circumstances or any time at all under a PNP administration where the PNP has ever reduced or give back taxes or of any sort to the Jamaican people. Me not see that. Maybe somebody else may, but me not see it. Because that is why I say, whenever they are aligned to these lawyers, right? And PNP attract lawyers, and they have a reason for that. They have a reason why they put so many lawyers in the party. Because lawyers is the best person to really spin a word. You get me? Are the best person to spin a word. Them can take a word and put several meaning to it. Lawyers don't give back, brethren.
But Chuck, PMP philosophy and their mindset is backward. So they couldn't reduce tax nowhere at all, if you think about it. Their idea of getting more money to run the economy is to tax people more, right? And when you tax people more, they have less money to spend. They have less disposable income, right? So they never have an idea that, hey, if me give more people more money to spend, that will spell economic activity. People are going to go spend more things, and that idea make the economy grow. So you can search long and hard. You're not going to find it. Because their mind no wired away there.
They don't think along those lines. I totally agree.
Right. Look, Andrew is coming in on increased tax. And what happened? The economy is booming now.
Not only has it not increased, they have decreased. They have given back tax in several departments.
So he's doing the opposite of what the PMP does. Right? And because of that, people have more money to spend. So, again, you're not going to find it, brethren. That was a tough one. But it's an easy one for me. You can never find that.
Yes, he did, David. What? Yes. And they increased the minimum tax to file GCT for small business from 3 million to 10. So that means these small companies can keep more of their money. The Jamaica Labour Party is now tying with the idea of implementing a micro stock exchange for micro businesses. And I am sure it will do for that sector what it did for the small business sector with the junior stock exchange, where you have several medium-sized companies in Jamaica now that are rapidly expanding. Yes, so much of these companies in Jamaica are now rapidly expanding because of funds that they would have earned on the junior stock exchange. So now we are going to the micro stock exchange, which will reach another possibly 200,000 business. Now, it is a total turnaround. Boy, I think some of them blind, David. But them, I think them have blind loyalty. Now, it is a total turnaround that we are now here and a JLP government speaking about the expansion of business. When during the PMP time, we were talking about the shuttering of more than 40,000 business. During their time, we were discussing how 40,000 business closed down in Jamaica under them watch. And here we are now, discussing the expansion of some 200,000 small and micro business that will now be given a new lease of life. Right? Again, we have to wonder if these people in Jamaica who really, in this day and age, are run behind PMP, are blind, or do they lack understanding? Registered business, all right, yes, winner, thank you. Registered business, that means if you want to take up and winner, I'm glad you mentioned the register, because I think Jamaicans are afraid of the term register. Majority of them believe that once you go register, you have to pay government money. No. Registering your business makes you able to access benefits that the government have to offer. I think I saw Kalila Reynolds did a story once that because she took too long to register her business, she missed out on a $2 million grant from the government because she didn't register in time. There are benefits, more benefits than disadvantage to registering your business. Even if it's a taxi you drive, register your business. Because guess what? The time is gonna come in the very near future when a taxi driver will be able to import his vehicle on his own with zero tax on it. But you have to register. And when I operate like this Cuban light bulb scandal, where all of the business them will get the contract registered the day before and get the contract. Common sense. Good evening, sir.
Hey, man, good evening, everybody. Yeah, I was listening to you guys earlier saying, I think Mario was talking about, the amount of people driving cars. But Chuck, I want you to check something, and you can go online and check how much registered vehicle in Jamaica, and you can see a comparison per capita all over the world, right? And I was looking at different numbers, but I had looked and just said 2015 of December, it showed that Jamaica had 190,000 registered vehicle, right?
And I think now we are over 300,000.
No, I may get there, but then if you work it out as a percentage of the population, even simple arithmetic, I think it work out like about 6% of the people will be driving, right? Now, when I checked it the other day, I was shocked because I have to check it about 4 times to believe it. It is showing that you have 575,000 registered vehicles in Jamaica right now. And this was at the end of 2022. Go and check it. And it shows it shows like a comparison between all the countries in the world and where Jamaica rank and so on and so forth, So basically it worked out like maybe about, say, 206 Jamaica per 1,000 people in Jamaica driving cars,
compare that, but you consider that is significant. So since 2015 and 2022, it moved from 190,000 registered vehicles in Jamaica. Right now to 2022 is 575. You can check the record on that.
David, one thing, when you come over here, you're going to learn something. We don't just sit here and talk, I agree. But yeah, man, common sense. I remember the Prime Minister quoted the figure at a ceremony he was having recently.
Right. But that is big time, you know?
That is excellent. That is what you call progress.
No, but you figure since, okay, just consider since the 60s to 2015, right? And if we had only 190,000 registered vehicles, right? 60s to 90, how much years is that? I mean, 2015. Check the amount of years that.
60s to 2015.
That is almost
45 years.
No, man, more than that, man.
From 1960 or 40.
No, 65.
Yeah.
65?
Yeah, man, about 2015. Yeah, man.
Oh, wait, 2022, 60.
55 years.
62 years, yeah. No, now it'll be 62 years, right?
2015.
Well, yeah. We only have, oh, yeah, sorry, no, 2015, yes.
So 2015, that'll be 55 years.
Good. And we only had 190,000 vehicles, registered vehicles. So you say, and look, you check since he came to the power, the number doubled.
Almost tripled.
Yeah. And the numbers don't show 2024, 2023.
But you know the breakdown, what would I like with that figure there, I'm going to research it, common sense, is the amount of new vehicles now compared to 20 years ago. New vehicles. I'm not talking about 5-year-old vehicles from Japan. I'm talking brand new vehicles on the road right now.
Yeah, because I think the statistics is just pick up amount of registered vehicles from all over the world, you know? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, see, David is saying 575,000 registered vehicles. Yeah, he checked it, yeah.
Yeah.
He's confirming what I'm telling you.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. But that is a significant improvement.
Yes, and minus 2016 till now. How much is that? 9?
9 years, yeah.
Well, if you go at numbers and no numbers, you can play it any kind of a way. You know? You could work it anyway. That is big time, man. And what that is showing now, it is showing now that 20.5% of Jamaican driving vehicles. Compared than when Holness took over, it was only 6-point-something% driving.
That is a significant improvement.
Yes, I mean, you're talking almost a 15% increase. Honestly, I don't even think Holness have this number.
Yeah, man, I think he did. I know he spoke about it. Couple weeks, I don't remember the function he was. That's how I know it was well over that in a few time. But I remember him speaking about it.
Oh yeah, you can look it. You can look it up, and not only that too, it show every country in the world who, I think United States is like number 5 or so, you know, something to that, yeah. And I think New Zealand United States is number 10, New Zealand number 9. Well, United States has more cars. I think it has more cars than every country, but it compared per capita, like as per the population per 1,000. How many cars per 1,000 of the population? Yeah, something like that. And it shows New Zealand population like almost a little over 5 million, and them almost have 5 million cars, you know? So you could look at it, man. If you Google it right now, is what I'm talking about. This is pretty interesting. But what this is talking about really, to show the standard of living of Jamaican has increased significantly. Significantly. Because although they will tell you that Patterson started this used car thing, right? If under all of the PMP leadership and during that period, right, only 6% of the population could drive car. What that is telling me is that
it was only serving the elite. You follow what I'm saying here?
Yes, but that is a fact.
It was only serving the elite, yes.
Alright, so David, you're the exact figure there.
Him increased it by 41.
41.
I saw the 41, but my number, I just rolled it off at the yeah. Yeah, David, that represent 20% of the people that are driving now. But the problem is, I don't know why the government not talking about it. I don't know if they don't have the numbers or what, but that is something they need to talk about.
And as me tell you, common sense, the Prime Minister mentioned, I think it was when he was over Port Royal, during the commission at that, when they were discussing the road network and the improvement that is needed. I think it was there.
Chuck.
But I know he mentioned it.
That need more than mention. He need a bragging rights that we're talking about.
That's a significant bragging right. But as you know, and as we all know, the JLP has never been good at bragging. That's why they have picked right.
Oh yes, that's big time bragging, right? You know, because although PAS open the market, yes, we're not going to deny that, but it only served the minority of people, because if only 6% of the car people were driving car under his tenure, then to me it didn't help the massive. It did not help the massive of the people, you know.
Like many other things that the PMP implemented.
It's an elite thing, yeah.
Thank you.
And I heard you correct Ingram the other day too, when he mentioned, you asked him the question, what they did to alleviate poverty. And quick time, he was happy to run to talk about free university tuition.
Yes.
And I can tell you that was only a benefit also of the elite, the more privileged.
That's what we keep telling people. So when Mandela say free education of the university, that was not to benefit poor people. That was to his friends.
But Chuck, quick question. You can have a population of educated people, but that doesn't mean that poverty is alleviated, because if you make bad policies that put that country into chaos and economic destruction, education ain't gonna help.
Not gonna help. Because not only that too, when he took money out of the universities, Chuck, and pumping it into the universities, right? Kids didn't have high school to go to, you know? So what you have to do is strengthen the foundation first.
I remember when he came in, the Jamaica Labour Party had just started out the build out of our primary and secondary
school, yes. Yeah, so he went in on a hype, because here what happened. The university was already filled with kids, you know. Black pitting them too. And those were that percentage of people who could already paid. Yes. So what Mali should have done, and Siaga told him, all he should have done is, because they had, I don't know a lot of people know this, even from the 50s, you see, coming up, 60s, they had scholarship program where, let's say, the less privileged could get them scholarship and go to university at the West Indies just the same way. It was modeled after the American system, where they get grants and scholarship, yeah. And in a lot of cases, too, the government of Jamaica in the 50s and 60s, they used to send kids abroad and pay them tuition just the same way. It also had work like that, but people don't know about that, you know?
Yes.
Yes, people don't know about it.
I say this, no common sense. And I can back it up any day. From the very first election in 1944, the Jamaica Labour Party has always made education the center of their program.
Definitely.
Bustamante in 1944 started the build out of our basic school that moved the picnic from under 3 classroom. That was the first step. Right? Then they came again and made this the largest investment in the history. No country, no government has stopped that up to today. Where they built close to 250 schools.
Right.
At once. they came back again and they implemented compulsory education.
Mm-hmm.
And the PMP would again.
Any religion was going to separate man and woman. That's for sure.
Yeah, and them also improve on the teachers' college back in the 60s. Because in the 60s, the teachers' college in Jamaica were only producing something like about 360 teachers. And Edwin Allen, they work on it and get the numbers up to 1,000, you know? Because they realized that if we're going to have a good educational system, we need the teachers. And they did not have that, you know? So I know they had to significantly a lot in that area, you know?
And that is the difference now. And come on, let me tell you, there's one thing I've always said, you know. The difference between, one of the great difference between the Jamaica Labour Party and the PNP as government is how they implement policies.
True.
The Jamaica Labour Party implement policies that can be sustained, and they implement policies not on a whim, but they are normally well thought out and carefully implemented.
Implement, yeah.
Now, as I said, yes, the country would have eventually got to free universal education, but we never ready at the time. Never finished there yet.
True.
Right? So man, they jumped the gun, put in free education to university. People were going there, you know, collecting their degrees and then taking a plane the next day.
Right.
So there was nothing in place to say, after we done educate you, you have to at least spend 10 years in a Jamaica and build it. And then afterwards you can go somewhere else. No. Majority of them, they went to the university and the government's dime, collect them degree, and then jump on a plane and gone to US, gone to England, gone to Canada.
And there's another dimension to it, because most of who were in the university at the time, even 72, when one of them announced it, were the more privileged in the society. So him just stop them from paying the fees.
He just stop them, yes.
And pay the fees for them. Right, on the trade-off that few little ones who couldn't afford gonna get in. But those few little ones who couldn't afford it, you should just give them the grants and the scholarship nonetheless, you know? So it was bad implementation.
But it was just doing something on a whim, you know?
Yes, and to gain political traction. Because why should he pay for the Issas them kids or the Masukas and the Matalan them kids? No.
Who could have already afforded it?
They could have built a university on their own, much less with the amount of money they had. Yeah.
And those are as policy like those. Why 2 years after taking over Jamaica, we moved from an 18% growth to a 5% decline.
And starvation.
Mass exodus, brain drain.
Malnutrition, everything, yeah. And there's a big human cost to it where a lot of people don't even factor. Because with people having to be doing with all of these improvised systems and poor standard of living, which went down, people get much more hostile and so forth, you know? And Jamaica start to decline as a nation, you know? That's part of it too. Yeah. Because in the 60s, people were much more loving, you know, and worked together much better. That much me remember, you know?
Listen, when I beg for the return of that Jamaica, right? The village Jamaica we are talking about. We tell people why I say some of the things that you think back right now you remember, and you never understand it then, or now when you look, that's the value in it. There was a certain line between man and boy, between girl and woman. The line was clear, and you dare not cross the line before your time. Now, we don't have that now. We have people, 10, 15-year-old boy, a size up with big money.
True.
a old girl and big woman a fight over big man. That breakdown in a Jamaica is where me wish we could have just snap with finger and rebuild. But we lose too much. And me not think we are going to get it back. You know, right now anyway. But common sense, boy, me have to go end my morning session, yeah, son. And I'm going to come back on about 8 o'clock. So guys, thank you for playing with me.
Yeah, man, respect.
I have no record, so I'll be on back about 8. So look out for me them time. Big up on yourself, people. I think politics and sports should be live about now.
Eh? My honor, when I bring a blood clean, like a fuzzy face white man come now, come tell me about I aim for lead. Don't worry about me, I work for free house. I don't live nowhere, I don't want to live nowhere. But yeah, I say everything you're talking back way. Me look like me worry to you. Me lay down on the floor, yeah, so now I relax myself. Don't worry about me and free house. See if you can get one. Idiot.
Hey, when me tell you say PMP them done cinnamon, them done cinnamon.
Yeah, so that one you take me and that one in Jada, I said I work for free house. No, Jada, I'm not working for a free house. I lay down now like a corner on the floor, yeah, so I relax myself. Don't worry about me.
No.
See if you can hook up one for yourself, brother.
Hey, I want thing you can't do, you know. I deny what you say, no. You see that I deny it.
If you notice, all I'm coming to me, I take on him, I tell me I work for free house. No, brother, I mean I work for the free house. I lay down on my floor. My floor, me there on one piece of sponge, I lay down, my friend. Don't worry about me, I go there.
But that even can't deny what you say. If you want to have a discussion, you have a discussion, but I did that way, but I said, Top chase man, like a woman.
Tell me when you can deny. You can't deny more.
You can't deny.
Deny. What in why deny?
Oh God. Well, trust me.
Where am I gonna deny?
Boy, the PMP them done boy. They done boy. And that's why me hear somebody say something this morning, you know. Me hear something this morning. Say the PMP them vote off for what them hear. You understand what I mean? They vote for what they hear. They don't do no research. They don't do nothing. You understand? They just get up and be a fool of themselves. Crazy, man.
What you know what them want, you know? Them want them think like in the 90s, this way them going free for all. Everybody
free for all.
Yeah, free for all. Everybody just run round, catch a piece of land. Below no one build up. Extort one one extort. Rape people, girl pitney. Run down and do everything on the one. Those are over. That is the problem. That is the problem we want to have with this administration, and those days are over. Done with. I tell you now, you know. I have two names for contest. Dr. Andrew Michael Holness and Mr. Kevin Blake. When them two men they done, we don't know how to run away. And me too. I want them call me and give me a piece of the job to run on the down.
Me too. One piece too. One piece too, baby. Me tell you that. Because guess what? Jamaica we say.
Oh, you mean?
Jamaica we say.
You mean, man? We now go back to the dirty living, man. People can't walk in peace. People girl pit they can't walk. All boy pit to them and grind after. Not even girl pit alone.
Bad. Them a take for the boy pit them more than the boy pit more than the girl pit them nowadays.
People for go to work. I look a taxi man every day and I have to pay $500 out the road. $500 for do him little hustling and on a sit down and blood clean. That's how no one live. That is how no one live and feel like people are gonna take it. People tired on you know, man, about done it and the whole on no going run away.
Them for run away. Them for run away. Not only run, a matter of fact, them not for run away. Them must got. Let me tell you something. You see when this government win,
the next general election, they must build a new prison. They must build a new prison because it's not like we don't want it. We need it. We need it. May I tell you, we need it. Because this present criminal organization called the PMP, them Africa prison.
Yeah, man.
They Africa prison because they just cannot continue on this journey that they're on, believing that the taxpayer money are for them and they must take it and we know if say nothing and they must check and them are going to check away with lawsuit. It not going to happen. It not going to happen.
Threaten with which lawsuit? Where would lawsuit about what? For me, if I talk the truth?
Yeah, exactly.
What lawsuit? What lawsuit? Me hear what they them and say, boy, them a laugh about Mr. Vegas. Take back him word and yeah. That is him. Me can't speak for him, but me know what me hear and me saying out of my mouth, Dayton Campbell is a thief and a deceiver. Him taking taxpayers' money for do what him feel like for do. Me I say it.
I would go further to say he's a criminal.
Yeah?
He's a criminal.
To make a tired on.
You understand me?
Tired on.
And he's the CEO. He's the CEO of a criminal organization.
Tired on. Tired. When they say tired on.
The CEO, the chief executive officer.
The executive officer of a criminal organization.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something. We have seen where they have attracting many other criminals. International and locally. Because thief no thief, criminal no criminal.
Blake, they are fair no man. You see, what they them come up about some, me don't even know which organization, because sometimes me don't really like when I come up at
like up live, guys, like up live, so more people can get the message. The chat like up live, so more people can get the message.
In the way you hear nothing from them, Mr. Blake just run with it at the first. Let me tell you something, take off me out to that man. The man run them way and say, you think the past blood clean, chief of police when I come with them argument with, me not hear it. Me not take any
exactly.
Not even lift up. Any just scratch on the side. Like something a bite on a gunshot on a forget. Tired on no. Yeah? I come talk about boy, them a kill off the youths, them what kind of youths, and them a rape and plunder and deal with people anyway.
Oh God, man.
When I come out and talk.
One discussion. These criminal, you know. Then did I get worse enough? Them man they cut off people's head, you know, and I throw in a cocos bag, you know, on the roadside, you know.
Me's a man a travel and me I tell you, man, you know what this taste will? When they are abroad and hear or foreigner talk about your yard, when them say Jamaica have there, you can't go Jamaica are the worst place that people are killing. Worst country people are with up on top of the world.
Hurt you, man.
When it comes to people, we the on top of the world. And you tell me Jamaica say we must get tired of hearing these things and we must hands and gloves the people and we cause it. Eh?
May I tell you, man? May I tell you?
Time come.
Well, I'm smart upon it, chat.
Go ahead, man, go ahead.
Even, yo. You see that meet a judge or meet a maker, take out the judge part, I kill if he kills some of them boy.
Hold on.
Use unalive.
Yeah, man, them word.
Hush. Yeah, use unalive, Chad.
Hush.
God, long time me I said, my brother. And not to them me I preach that. So them lucky when Andrew come out and put Judge Knight. If I'm me alone and maker.
Me understand why I put Judge Knight because my Prime Minister and so you don't want to look that raw, you know?
Judge
he's a nice man and him fear. But not like me.
Yeah, man, Judge of Knight.
Put it this way, he's an upstanding citizen. So
guilty until proven.
Yeah, well. Hey.
You have to always remember say guilty until proven. You have to always put that tonight.
No. The Prime Minister can do that, not me.
That they all that.
My thing set up different.
That old dog,
Come.
they 14-year-old. Tell me what if you do with him now. What if you do with him? What if you do? Me as a policeman, I mean know say me have a daughter. I mean if you go lock him up. I could have anybody pitney. I mean if you go lock him up. I'm bashing the poor pitney head.
But if you ask my youth, if you ask a PMP that now you know a PMP gonna say, no boy, poor youth, and he not do him nothing and he never do nothing.
You see how you go? You see how you go? Why they kill that criminal? Them analyze the criminal a Spanish town. Everybody reel up. See that little 14-year-old, nobody not say nothing.
Nobody say nothing.
Nobody.
Who a march? Who a march and say? What the march there? If you show you how Jamaica stay, then them say one time about crime. A 14-year-old so she the young little people lose their life. Where is Jamaican to come out and march? But a knowing hard criminal get shot one day and road block and march and demonstration. You see the difference, Jamaica? Jamaica, do you see the difference?
Mighty God, man. And let me tell you something. I want done within the St. Andrew constituency do it. And I know madman. And I know madman do it. And because she know who do it and them kill her because you know what she come back come talk.
Why them try control the world, please?
14-year-old not living a life yet, I like a baby. And Jamaica, where is the demonstration? Where is the road blocking? Eh? Where is the march? Nobody knows nothing never happened. But a known criminal dead, and yet still the whole on an uprising, the whole on the march, and the whole on the talk bad about the government, and the whole on the set. And come on, man, I don't have nothing about her now. Nothing. Nothing I don't have about her now. Eh? I don't know one good, hard working citizen of Jamaica for follow her now. You know, so you're not evil, man. You don't understand and see how no evil. $14-year-old, you know. Don't live no life at a baby that, you know.
Baby, man.
And take her life. And up to today, no demonstration, no road block.
No demonstration.
Nobody not saying
because she's nobody.
Because she's no accepted. In a friend of quarters is accepted. But yet still
exactly.
On the other hand, a knowing criminal get shot.
I know Angela Brownberg City happen, not true.
And what on the
yes?
I bet say for a criminal in there get killed, I bet say they reel up or something.
Yeah, them in a seat and it just happened. It just happened, same place. Same, nobody, we don't want to talk about me, no, same place. A Crescent Road, since we Crescent Road, them kill one. And you see, placard and marching and everybody there Crescent Road. And I just, must say, less than 2 black that little baby are dead now. And the same set of people in the march and say nothing.
Right.
So that's the
remember, you know, remember, say, when them are unalive each other inside Angela Brownberg constituency, and the government decides, boy, yo, we have to go in there with the SOE, you know, and something, you know. You know what she say? She say, if the government ever, them block the road and demonstrate, you may tell her? And them down there unalive each other. I'll take off each other down there. We kids set of people, them brother.
You see, let me tell you, PMP, all right. Look on the SOE we go on the western side of the island, Westmoreland, Hanover, and St. James. You hear nobody down here protest or so everybody down here glad for it. But make a PMP the control down here. Make a PMP the control down here. They don't know want it down here. Me hear one PMP start now. He say, when PMP in a government now, there are loopholes. PMP usually give them loopholes. Under Andrew, there's no loophole. Me say, yeah, man. You say, yeah, man, that can happen. You go walk, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we hear that a lot, man.
Yeah.
We hear that a lot.
Rational. Let me show you something. If you know what I go on, come and get a chance talking. Alright. Crime and violence is wrong, so wrong. You see me, I say wrong to the fullest. You know what I mean? And reality of life, it a go on, and it a go on in the highest level in a sense where we have to keep it factual. Because, alright, we don't like talk about them sitting here, but I got just put a word tonight. Alright, but you know, Jamaica based off of two, you know. Always based off of two. Always based off of two. So you gotta have people from the side that do things, you gotta have people from the side that do things. So both side them do things. You understand what I say? So if you're gonna narrow it down, me don't want to narrow it down because if you get narrowed, we all know it will come up to be already. So it's a system we are going right now, we're in a sense, boy, Rastafari, I only can't say we don't know how we know it. And you know the way they can watch it now. We are going there, so, and I'm going to say, yo, you know, say, such man from up at the park there, where the color there, that person that drop out and me see people at Black Road, and next man I go say, so I'm to go, yeah, people over there, so, we drop to, I want a Black Road same way too. When you get the G from me, I try to say, because I don't like really. When you get the G from me, I say to you,
well, I hear me about tell you this.
But you understand?
Hear me I say to my boy, my you. I have 5 boys. I love my, but just like I love myself as some, you know, but any day, one of my own step out, and say him a criminal. Remember me, I tell you, say, first thing, him have me for face. Second blood clotting in the pan him wound.
Alright.
Nothing to do with
Open
him.
discussion. Open discussion.
Yes, sir.
Open discussion. Crime not come with color, no?
No. So when me I said to you, no.
So what you, hold on.
Yes, sir.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Crime not come with color. So you know, say the color them. I go a bag of things. The color them. You see me? So if we are gonna say then, we are gonna say it then. All them people over there so here such and such pastor we and live my Black Road over there. So. That means we are telling about you speak.
No,
yes,
sir.
Everybody who are part of it. Hold on. Anybody we are part of it. Everybody included. Right? That means that no justice for the one that we are do this type of crap no matter what color you're in and so.
You hear me and hear me out well, Jamaica.
No, man, I said, don't it?
Just listen to me answer. Never answer you for personally, me answer you. Personally, me answer you. I don't care if it's white, red, or blue. If he's a criminal, if I is a criminal, and you come across me, whatever me can dish out to you, I'm not going to say, because the world know what me want to dish out, I hit you, I go get. Bottom line, period. I'm going to talk for me. Me tired of it. Me growing up, me girl pick me living in Jamaica. Me there on it, me know me tired of it. I mean, I want nobody come tell me you come boy you in a white and me for friend you and you in a blue and me friend you. You're there on your own. And if night come down and me can catch you, you know exactly where I go happen. Me not talk. So I put meaning to what me I say. I want to, you know, I should.
Yeah, that's what we are saying.
Wait, let me say the next thing. We can make people feel to understand. You know. Let me tell you, I'm not talking about red, white, and blue. I'm not talking about just one set of person. Jamaica feel to accept, say, it's a criminal. When him knock on your door, you know, don't feel like, say, I kiss him, come to kiss you, you know. I don't use my word, I understand what I'm saying. You know. Please use my word, Jamaica, understand what I'm saying. When a criminal knock on your door, do not feel and sit for 1 minute that is kiss him, come to kiss you. Remember me telling you that in the Jamaicans. All right.
A true man. And I remember talk like this government not only a fight, because the rumors was out there, you know, said the government only fighting the Klansman gang. You understand what I mean? Which is a false narrative. And remember, you know, when you check out the gangs, them, you know, the biggest gang in the country is the Klansman gang, you know. the one other gang, them, most of them man they left and gone. You understand what I mean? But the government and are also sure that they are unbiased. You understand? Because if you're a criminal, the government are come for you, whether you're JLP or PMP. And that is the reason why they form this squad that's targeted every gang in Jamaica, whether you're a PMP or whether you're a JLP or whether you're non-aligned with any political party. You understand what I mean? The crime and violence is non-partisan when it comes on to this government. Who next on the floor?
You see, that I try to show you now, because you know, Jamaica, everybody with the panel. All right. I don't know who's the biggest. I don't know what the biggest. Tell me really and truly. So I can't add to it, but I know them big, you know. So I don't really know how I'm going with that, but I don't know who big. I don't like, I'm going to say something and express or argue with my back pan. And if I'm going to say that one, the big, I guarantee the set of ism PMPs are in the channel. Because I read, you know what I'm going to say? No, man, I don't. So you know the way there? Because I have to talk about it. Don't Jamaica.
Yeah, but they can't deny it. Me talk facts. They cannot deny it. The biggest gang in Jamaica is the Klansman gang. The biggest gang in Jamaica is the Klansman gang. And that is a fact.
So, you see the PMP, yeah. I'll tell you something, how Mark Golding fooled them. Remember back in the days, no, they say when white man want to hide something, no, they put it in a book. When they want to hide money, they put it in a book. Because they know it's a black man now read. So that's why when you come on to the Prime Minister statutory declaration, Mark Golding knows say PMP people them nah go read it. Only sensible one them we read it, but you're so all done so they nah read it. So that you do and spin everything in it. And then they my idiot here. My idiot here take it. Jump on it.
Live. Talk live.
Open. Yeah, brother.
The 5 last mass murder in Jamaica, right? That happened in Jamaica. The 5 last one. Where it happened?
Last man.
Mass murder.
One mass.
Mass
Massacre
meaning
or massacre.
like around 6 people dead one time.
Massacre, massacre.
Massacre, yeah.
All right.
The 5 last one, where it happened?
I don't know all of them. I'm not clearing that, no so.
One happened in a client, 2 happened in a client.
2 happened in a clearing, yeah.
And let me get to the point, because I'm not strain you. I'm going to tell Jamaica this. Jamaica, listen this and tell me if I lie, me I tell. The 5 mass murder where we have in Jamaica happening in a blood cleat PMP constituency. The first mass murder ever happening in Jamaica. The first, you know. I mean, you can tell a name by name, you know. You have a place named Gold Street downtown, you know. Yeah, Gold Street Massacre, you know. Yeah, a PMP do it. When them go there, listen, you know, and I want one Jamaican come and tell me something, know me attack say. When them go there, the gun them where them use, 2 weeks it take the police them for find out. That never happened in Jamaica before, for find out what kind of gun the man them use. It was the M16 rifle. When them go there, I wasn't there, but people talk. When them go there, them have the red cloth at the time. People don't know this, but even like now, if you already know what it represents. On the rifle, them when people run up and down and them run down people and murder people, the rifle them have them trademark on it. Them have them red tie on the rifle. So I just point out to you know, the first mass murder in Jamaica who do it. And then I just point out to Jamaica again and say the 5 last mass murder where we have 6 and 4 people lose them life one night, one time. Where it happened. These people are the, what do you call the word now? I don't even know the word. But when you're talking about criminal, talk about the People's National Party. They are criminals. Them just different. Nobody can talk to me and tell me no. Anything me attack, man. True, me have a big mouth, you know. Listen this again as proof from me, I tell you. Say, proof. I want one supporter of the PMP come and tell me, or anybody else can tell me of a place in Jamaica wanna know, like an area, a big area, where was once blood clean PMP and Labour come and run them out tight. Them can't tell me one, but me can tell them more than one place where me know and where Jamaica know. So was Labour right and PMP come down that and burn them out, run them away. These people is the criminal organization of Jamaica. That's what me know. And I ask. This is what Jamaican people know. Yeah? So when them attack and yeah, them can talk for them fat mouth and text and talk, but none of them can come and tell me so me know I eat that thing me attack. And nobody can beat that. The first mass murder in Jamaica, Gold Street Massacre, I think around 8 people dead. When police got their brains up on wall, police say, what kind of gun this them use? M16 rifle. That is the first, you know. Come back to the idea now. The last 5 mass murder were happening in our country. Where it happened, who do it? Yo, when I talk, man, come and talk to people, man. Not stay and text and tell people no bullshit. Somebody tell me something, don't know me attack. Yeah? These people are thief and corrupted to the teeth. And to the bottom line is, that is why them don't like. You think of the building I had them? Or we are going at them? It's a criminal activity that them say we are against and we are wipe out. And that are mad them.
Exactly. And they realize also, they also realize that the criminals that they are depending on to bring out the crime and violence in the society for them to win election, the police force and the government, you understand what I mean, is putting a dam to it. So they might get cross and angry and miserable. You understand what I mean?
You see when the man go and broke down a Spanish town, you hear the man say, let me tell you something, you know. On no come here about no done and no extortion thing. Before so a peer soldier me carry come. You think them like that? That is them
exactly.
problem. That is them problem. That is them problem. Nothing else is not them problem, you know. Me can tell Jamaica that, you know. That is the criminal organization problem. Them feel like so them want run extortion and rape who them want rape and bother who them want bother and do what them do. And because this administration I make them know say no. It never happen. That is why I sick on now. That is why me, you not tell me only no. I'm not hungry that me only no. Me walk with a blood clean 45 when me granted for walk with. And me not ask if I no can kill me no. But when you not come in, come good. You not ask me something, I tell you that. Yeah, me ready. Ready.
Let me tell you something, man. When you analyze this current, a matter of fact, this current criminal organization say they are a political party. You can't match them nothing for say yes. These people are a political party. No, you can't say that. Everything that this PMP criminal organization do is surrounded and marged by criminality. Everything. So it's not a political party the government up against. You're up against an organized criminal organization.
Criminal to the T. Every day you get to hear criminal activities. You just hear one about it. I say, boy, the little money where you're getting because no one could have sent 500,000 road so. And then not when the people in national park they not get up, nobody not talk about that, you know. One bill run a Lindos Road or 1 bill of blood clean, 5-story blood clean building road so. Nobody not it hush. You know, hear about them criminal after the people them tell us say you're not allowed for bill. You still go around there and bill it. And I don't hear one somebody, one of the integrities, so-called integrities, talk of them come out and talk about it. Yeah? I know me no hear understand this. Hush, hush.
You notice how the Silvera case hush hush?
Everything. No, let me tell you everything. Listen, I am guaranteeing you. Bet you. So next week, nah done. Me not ask no. Me I tell Jamaica this. Bet you say next week, nah done. I not hear of some criminal activity that them keep up. Every day we hear it. And we are hearing so it's like we are hearing so fast, it's like we are getting we can't concentrate. It a concept. Fast. As we get one, we get the next one. And them don't sit down and talk about it. Them sit down and try to disgrace the Prime Minister and bring down the Prime Minister and tell lie. Yeah? That's all them do.
Caretaker get 300,000. How caretaker get money? Eh? How a caretaker fi get money? A first in a history this. 300,000 taxpayer money. And we nobody.
You know, me go tell you a joke, you know. And I just since week me I hear somebody on a live said no. I don't know Spanish Town Road. I don't know a place name. Jesus, a place name again. Right after the pass, Payne Avenue, the Payne Avenue side, I go to town. When me a little boy, you know. When me just left here, you know. PMP start build up them. Me don't know what them say them are building. You know. And for years, when me come back here, you know, me see the place I like them bill, must just sell it out already. And 1 and 2 people start living it. Now look at Gully, the place name again. Do remember the name of the place. At them the kind of house that them talk about people give away, you know. For years that they hand finish, you know. Whosoever them get the contract, run on them after money and run away, you know. And this is the life of where the people them I can do and I say about them give a house and people forget house. Yeah? The people that do nothing for Jamaica more and destroy Jamaica, put Jamaica in a hole. And then now them sit down and want to talk to people like people now no sense. Dela Creek Park, right in front of Dela Creek Park, phase 1 and phase 2. Some house and then they saw years when me a boy in my 20s, them started. And when me come back, I saw nobody had just seen much a year ago people start living it. Right, Dela Creek Park, yes, Dela Creek Park. Yeah, people start living it. And at them, they never talk about house where Porsche bill and people build. Look on Porsche, go build some house on the dump. And you know what them call it? Riverton Muse. And then so she build houses for police and teacher living there. Riverton Muse. On the dump, you know, she try to separate the dump from the people. You know. This administration come and say, we're going to locate a new place now. We're going to move the dump. You know what the same set of people them say? Boy, you can't move the dump because what the people them going to do? You tell me, say, good God, man, I saw not choose to live. All right. Give and take, and the people them live on it for the past 20 years. But that's so for them pick if you come live on it. On the side so the dump have to move one day. On the ball and say, no, you can't move the dump because what the people them going to do? That is just to show no where on our mentality is. On us a bunch of low life. On us a bunch of nothing.
And just to inform the masses that this government have planned to move the dump.
Yes. And them ball and say, no, don't move it. Because the people them. And I am going to give back there. The people that live on the dump for the past 30 years, all right, enough respect to one. But you are telling me now, so for them grandparents, if you come live on it, eh? And this administration say, no man, I have to move the dump. Yeah? And then when you move the dump, because if you can clean it up and turn it somewhere for them live. You know what them team want to turn on and say, no, don't move it. What the poor man are going to do if you move the dump? That is just to show Jamaica on a mentality. Owner is owner think.
At show man. Hey, good discussion. You brought my mind to when Christopher Tufton was agriculture minister and he used to plant rice. He put to plant 20% of rice when we import. So you hear Roger Clark say, man, the look rice we have plant, but one can never have you mash up everything. We say, man, mash up everything.
discussion. Because Andy Wallace has a move that movie, you know. If you say Andy Wallace now movie, you watch and see what go on.
Yes, then enough to move, man. Come on, are you man? You see them not have a capability of thinking, you know. The dump, alright. Me can't move you out.
I know Vision not what discussion say. Have to see with them then. I know Vision.
Never move it from you and try. Alright, as me say, respect the man when live off for the dump for the past 20 years. Fine. But are you telling me Jamaica say, team grand pick if you don't see me? Or I'm not sure. No upliftment.
You can't get a proper building.
And
I move with them and set up the place. Come up in a constituency with them pretty house there. Yes, and them something the man want give them so they can have a better life.
You are going to tell people to leave them with them.
They can own something finally, own something will make sense and look like something. And look like regular people. That is what the Prime Minister want to do.
And that's the mentality of the PMP people. Them they don't want to move up. I see them thing at Westmoreland. They live in a boardhouse we catch pan 4 block right around the corner. For years, they don't want to move up.
Yo, Jesus, man. Me cry water, man. Come on, Jamaica, man. A city dump. And as me say, give the man will live on the dump. Give him praises. 40 years ago, him live on the dump. Yeah? And you are telling Jamaica people today, in the millennium, in the 20s with it, that for him grand picnic, for come live the same way how him live, and through this administration say, me could move the dump on a turn on and say, no, don't move it to the people I'm gonna do it. I don't say no low life. I don't say no want nothing in life. Tell me now if I don't say on a low life. Everyone on the West of blood clean know if you go to work house. And I don't mean on the country, no good. None. And somebody tell me otherwise. Yeah? Open the mouth and tell me otherwise. A man live on a dump, a city dump, for 40 years. Yeah? And him a get an opportunity so for him grand picnic them now. Don't have to live on it. And on a ball now say, don't move the dump, make it stay. Make that make sense.
I remember it is this criminal, it is that criminal organization saying that they love the poor.
And they love the poor. Make that make sense, Jamaica. Please make that make sense. Yeah?
Yeah, that's why when you hear the talk, we love the poor. We love the poor. So once you're poor, they love you. They know why you're rich.
Long gone are those days, man. Long gone are those days. And me know, and Jamaica people know, people might not want to say, but me know, it's only one problem the PMP, the major problem that the PMP have with the JLP is, the JLP is tired, sick, on a way of living and want to change it and don't decide so no want to change. And that's that, you know? Just simple that. Nothing more. All the talk on a talk and who have loud mouth and who are going one issue. On a love being a low life. And a care on a what the word name? Me don't remember the word. On institutionalized in the way how I live. So take on the all tight now, no can't manage it. And that is on the problem. That's not a problem, you know. Teaching how to beard and wear nice clothes and live good. Or no can't deal with it. Or no want to live like Haga all the while.
You think that's why PJ treat Westmoreland like that? The PMP criminal organization treat Westmoreland like that? You think so? Open discussion?
Yeah, say it again.
You feel say what you just said a while ago. You feel say because of that why the PMP criminal organization treat Westmoreland like that? Because the people them
Listen to my own words. Jamaica. It's like you have a child and you're telling, not a child. You have a person you say beard, say clean clothes here and carry yourself clean. And them cannot angle it and them don't know if you angle it and them don't want that. Simple as that. Nothing more. So all the high-rise building and all the work we are giving and all our people look better and people life, Them don't want it because they cannot adapt to it, them cannot angle it. Them used to just being dirty and crawfish. And me if I go to work every day, remember now, you see me I try to show, people now look, every day them ball about poor people. How the fuck you poor? Why? Don't get me wrong now, Jamaica. There is people out there that have misfortune, and I can understand that. But the majority of who attack are low life. And I'm going to tell you why I say that. Me have friend when me grew with, same age. Right? And why me get a chance me get them, never win the lotto, Me and you growing in the same lane. And why now me can come out of the lane and me can come back in the lane and see you? You know why? Me different from you, so me have to separate from you. And that is the truth. You are the one that make you poor. Poor people go the most dancing. Say, you're 76. You go to work every day. You can't party every night.
You go to work on a night.
All right. But check a poor man. Check a man that say poor. And me bet him I go stone love tonight. Look on a little girl. Look on a little girl we are going in the ghetto. Go uptown and find out a little girl when I see age like she. She know she have to do her book now. I do her book work. Yeah? She know out there with a 6 picnic she gone already with 5 different fathers. But yet you sit down and talk about she poor and government. Government, no, nothing for me.
Nothing for me.
I don't go, man.
Mighty God.
I don't want to live so I don't do it to yourself.
True, man.
That's someone kill this boy and me I come home from work and them in a them they sit down on roadside with Gucci slippers, chain around it, white shirt. Beg you $50, general.
The eyes are carelessness, the eyes are dirtiness, I so no want to live. And then the one people are telling us if you be that kind of self, we don't eat people. And I say people wicked too, no. Ono is the one that causing on own demise. Ono do it.
Great things, global right. Great things. My God. Yes, you see the engine of the fire go get light in the over now, so one can't take the fire in the kitchen, go and go come out.
And then get up,
go light up tomorrow.
You know, yes. Joking me sometimes I feel like me gonna get poor too. Just sit down and do nothing in life. And when I see the price that me just cuss him, I feel like doing that too, because it's a better way out.
Yeah, man, people in that trouble come tomorrow, because the home go light tomorrow.
All I'm gonna do is sit down and make a fun of worthless. Word fucking
yeah, man, more heat than the people skin tomorrow.
And then I'm gonna get up now and blame somebody else, man. Good God, man. I'm gonna wake up, man, and blame people. Fear no demise, fear no downfall. It quick for no point a finger and say, he make me hungry, And he not give me no house to live. Get the fuck up and go find something for do. Go thief some police shoot after one. And that over there cry about where the Prime Minister done, where the Prime Minister better than we, Look where him come from. But you know
But what discussion?
Yes, sir.
But what discussion? Remember this, yeah. And Muno go upon them that hard. Because remember one other discussion, remember say the people of these people have been traumatized and they have been spoiled by the PMP. Me always hear my grandfather say to my mother, say, listen, don't spare the rod and spoil the child. You understand what I mean? And the PMP criminal organization always spoiling the child.
But you ask, you tell something. I'm never ask that question. It's a personal question. Don't get mad, but it's a personal question. You grow the mother and your father, don't it?
Yeah. My grandmother.
You grow the grandmother. Good. That's good enough. You grow the grandmother. She teach you how to cook and how to clean and do certain little things, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
Good. She ever teach you how to sex yet?
No.
Well, you know how to do it?
Yeah.
All right. So people now have to teach you everything. You can get up and learn things off of your own.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I just said to you, my brother?
Yeah, me understand. But when
you have something off of your own, you don't have to be a sheep or people have to lead you every fucking day. Get up. Stop ask what your country can do for you and ask what you can do for your country. And therefore we will have a better country.
Labor right. Wake up time in a labor right. The campaign begin tomorrow.
And
Yes,
you know hard, you know
I will not
hard.
make this a fire with the pump PMP and mark just the hole in you can't make it out. You go push up thick and that fire make it continue catch we don't make it out. Not tired. This a one now out until somebody go to prison. This shall never out.
And you know
Yes,
hard.
this is not out. Fire. Yes, yeah, we keep it's a fire burning. Open discussion. It's a one that can't out. It's a corruption fire keep burning.
My brother, when me talking on 90% that time, me understand me are very emotional man and me talk for myself. I can understand that. In the same breath, the 10% when me a give out to my people and my Jamaican people are not fool. It's just a handful of us with dirty minded and criminal activity behavior we behave so. The better part of it, Jamaica people have sense. Jamaica people are nice people.
And with them lazy boy and girl, you know hard. It's simple no. Just go hard to say I get $13,000 a week. You get $13,000 a week for uplift yourself. Call center did the same way. I know something where you want, but it's something. When you do a call center work, you get experience. Every call center want you. Just go in and do 6 months a year and move up yourself to a better call center and build yourself same time. You know hard. You know hard. It's easy. Hard did they sign up online. $13,000 a week. Somebody a pay you $13,000 to get knowledge. Wherever you hear that, somebody a pay you, not even you. Hard just a pay you $13,000 a week plus $15,000 a month for you get knowledge for you uplift yourself. What hard in that? Everybody want hand to mouth. Everybody want hand to mouth.
Yeah,
the
man.
Prime Minister give you the tools of the trade bridging. He man give you the tools of the trade bridging to go uplift yourself.
We must go to work every day. Now they look at taxi man them out the road. Don't you me telling you something, you know? They say them are growing and talking, you know. People just not talking, you know, like real me that talking, you know. But even now they look at man them out the road, look at bus man, look at taxi man, all they look at people may walk. Did you know so the whole of them people have to pay extortion? The people them tired. Tired.
Man, oh God, man.
When
The
they
people
kill,
them tired of it.
when they kill,
Look at people them have to go hustle them look at money every week come them have to give on 1,000 and 2,000 facilitate fear criminal activity and walk up in the sun and hustle. That is what the PMP does. And because this administration said no to it or not eat with it. Simple that you know. You think me not figure it out? You think all of the big building and all of the bus and the garbage truck on no see it? Me no see it, on the blind. On no see it. But it's on just want to make sure so not dirty ways of living for taking care of. And we are tired of it. No more. No more. No more. I take me say no me. One thing me don't pan mind me I beg my parents to do, you know. As in win the election, find somewhere and build a prison. Build a blood clot maximum security prison. And as well open on the mouth so. Yeah? Straight to work house and I go.
or send them a prison.
Live through it, we're tired on now.
Ship them to Mexico.
Tired on now.
Ship them to Mexico. Get them out of Ireland. Ship them out, man. Ship them out.
Tired on now. I just that I wanna believe. Get up every day. Stop ask what on a country can do for you. Ask what on in order for we get a better Jamaica, everybody pull them weight.
I same thing with crime. The same thing with crime. The government that pull their weight, police are but our citizens are pull their weight. Citizens.
If you want a good country, every man pull him weight. If he's a shoemaker, fine that you do. If he's a dressmaker, fine that you do. If a car you push, fine that you do. But stop, sit down and blaming government for your own fault. On your own demise or on your create. Stop it. And until we do that, then we can live in peace and have a better country.
Yeah, man.
You must sit down now. Come on now. Good God now. A little girl now where want go UA. She not no time for go party, you know. And she can't get no Brazilian here, you know. She every night you see her lock up in her book, you know. Cause she know she have to go to UA, you know. She have to go pass her 7 subject, you know. You out there and you're careless living now. Go out there and have 6 pitney, 5 different blood clot, baby father. And every day you're in a Brazilian here. And then you sit down and say, Andrew do it. Andrew can't sit. I don't need for a workhouse on a worthless. And somebody tell me say not true me attack.
Real talk, yeah, talk, man. Real talk. Sometimes it just burn me for them more while, man.
You have a little taxi man, you know, 4 o'clock a morning, man, get up, you know. Catch him, look, him at 4 till 7, him start him work 1 day, you know. And you know what? Every day I have to pay $1,000 for run for work. He have to pay you when nah do nothing. But what? Him supposed to afraid of you. He have to go work like a girl and pay you. Them the days are done. Those days are over. Yeah? The little girl pitting them can't go to school in peace. Yeah? I don't want to grind after little pitting them. Yeah? Those days are over.
Done.
Time come.
Yeah, that time come stand for. Them the days are done. Tired of it now, man. Tired of it now, man.
Jamaica fed up.
This hand to mouth and lazy living.
Yeah, laziness, come on, my brother, man. Every day you must get up and hustle and bust to go look food for your pitney them and look for yourself and your woman. And here comes a blood clot nigga just sit down and not do nothing and you forgive money through your afraid of him. Eh? I tired of food put on some of them and light it. Wanna take people for?
And you will see, as you say, at them just in the clean, it dear set of clothes now.
No, that me you
set of clothes. You. Sometimes we can only buy half of them.
Then the truth, that is the truth, you know. You tell me, Jamaica, if that's not the truth. When last you buy a class at $25,000? Huh? And you're a man who have to get up every day and go push your car or go in you look a cab or whatever you do is good. Me not beat it. But you go have a man now, he must dress up in them clerk's boot and tell me now, say me for free that and me for take my money and give him. Will you ever hear that? Why you feel like me supposed to afraid of you? Why? And here's a government, here's an administration saying, look, government, look, people, help your country so your country can help everybody else. And on a ball and like that and his lie, man, want to tell the most deceitful thing against the man and him family. And I bring a little man where, look at a little man. Come on now, Jamaica. The little man don't even look like him take a good show and don't even know if he put himself together. And him, I don't want to lead me. I have to lead us, what should I say?
The man go a national stadium during the Reggae Boys match. Andrew dressed up in Jamaica colors. Him, regular blue shirt and pants. Oh, you want to be leader and address the way they come and want national match. National. Not even when me I got a schoolboy football match, I'm going to represent my school. Me dressing in my school colors.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This man that come dressed up in a blue shirt and pants. No respect.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can follow that man there. We not even know where man live.
Yeah.
We not even know where man live. If man live at Jamaica or England. How me follow someone when we not even know where he live?
Yes, sir.
Me not even know where man live, but me know say Andrew come from a Spanish town. Me know everything about Andrew. Mark Gold, me don't know nothing. Nothing me don't know about my leader.
Yes.
Nothing.
Yeah.
In our football game, me sure say they not hand captain gear anybody.
Yeah.
They might do somebody with decent discipline.
Yeah.
And everybody know and respect. But how you want to give Mark Golding leadership? For what? A white man in a black man country Not even Africa that can't happen.
Yeah. And
98% black.
I laugh, everybody I laugh like a joke and take shit. Me tell you, you know, if I had some other blood clot country, Jamaica burn down.
Where?
Me not say it should happen because me no want nothing to my country. But me gonna know say if I did some other blood clot country in ever talk about him want to do the war riot. Yeah? Jamaica people laugh like it's joke on a seat and text with joke. That is not joke.
Not them at time with racism.
The hardship where our ancestors got through. And here's a man come and replicate the same thing and do the same thing and laugh and text a joke. Everybody a giggle them teeth. Like it's fucking joke. It's not joke.
And then you have one next. You have one next.
Grandparents who got through the atrocity where them went through it was joke. It's not joke.
You have one next one. Satan can blow a female call upon pedophiles. Me no want them man they around me. If you name call upon that, me no want you around me.
What cause that again? What cause I wait till Mocha come out to them report? just wait till Mocha come out to them report and them findings and see what happens. Give me the rope, man. Make him take all the rope and dance. Give him the rope. Him just hang him blood clean self. You wait till the findings come out because no doubt Jamaica, the world heard, we hear him. So make him tell you son of him. I make him tell you say it never happened. And what cause that go?
Imagine. You know what? You see the thing is, you see how you're wicked. Imagine Mr. Vegas come out and talk when you see. More sue Mr. Vegas. What make you not go sue Lawrence Rowe? Why you not go sue Lawrence Rowe?
So what is there to sue, man? I thought the man none of the for sue.
What make you not send them the check that to Lawrence Rowe? Why you not do it? And Lawrence Rowe if you go talk to. But yeah man, you need the pan voice record, but money pump there's some more money pump there's so and you want to deny it.
No, me you never hear it. It wasn't said, you never hear it, sir.
Now you lie, you must. Hold me for them, man.
Tough life, see how long it's not the box sign up.
Yeah, man, I try bring up one car, bring up one, hold on.
Him in the box.
I try, oh.
You know me talk about the engineer. The engineer in the box, man.
Yo, discussion.
Yes, sir.
And a long time in joining program, but me I wanna ever say nothing mention about PJ.
What
PJ was the news last night.
The worst Prime Minister Jamaica ever see. What you say about him? Tell me.
You're not hear where the news last night?
No, sir, I'm not hear that one there. Tell me.
About the something there. The you call it. We get the Republic. You know hear when him talk say I don't really remember what he said, but he say if the government go through with them, I say he might go be first one if he go out night street. But nothing here, man. It come on news last night, man.
You have to go check it. I know everything me hear about me. I tell you the honest truth. I never hear that one. Yeah.
Check it out, man. Check it out, man. Tell me they come on TV there last night, man. I mean, I say, but this man have created most corruption and he must talk about him go out in the street.
Go in the street, go do what?
Alright, Matthew, check it out. Somebody must have cancelled it to you. I mean, I say, but this man a really problem.
Me never find it. Me never wait for find it. Me
check it out, man. Check it out.
Me never hear it.
Yeah, man. On TVJ last night.
Yeah, me never hear it.
Alright, this somebody I said he said yes, I saw him say. Check it out, man.
Me check it out, man. Me find it.
When I go on the street, go do.
I don't remember definitely on state, man. But the way him say, me sure that him say. You understand? So I say, but look on this man. He means say, nah, live in a Jamaica and a Labour administration and I hear him there. I hear him living alone. So me want to know why no go and say my go. That me want to know why no go and say my go. Can say now live under Labour administration. But see that somebody say about the CCJ. See that? You see what you want to people and text about it, man.
Yeah, me see, but them say that on YouTube. So when me come out, me
so when they come out to report your work business now, I work no 5 people no want, you know. Them no want no work, I work there.
Work, that's worse. Them
work there.
My brother, rich man, me I tell you, so listen to me. Me know, them not blind. Them see the development of the country. Them see, that is not them problem, you know. What is them problem is because them cannot come with them criminal way of living. And exactly. That bother them.
Yes.
And that can sick them, you know.
Yeah.
And that has sick them, you know. It's not the develop. Them see it, you know. Them see the roads. Them see the construction. Them see the buses. Them see the garbage truck. Them see the police car. Them see the police building. Them see everything in front of them face. Them cannot deny it. Them problem is the way how them choose to live. Them realize that this administration is taking them out of it and them don't want it. Them content to how them are live. Them dirty way of living. That is the issue that them have. Nothing else, you know. Nothing else. It's like you tell a man, say, boy, brethren, beer and maybe see soap and water and the road and thing. And see a fresh change of clothes here. Them don't want it. Them content to how them smell and how them living. Them alright. That's how them want to live. Just that are them problem. And when me say that, I mean them criminal behavior. Them criminal activities. You think when the Prime Minister got broke ground out as Spanish Town and him say, yo, I'm telling you something, you know. Oh no, come here, so, and feel like say, oh no, go get pay bill and go run and before so peer soldier and police make down here. That is what them don't want to hear, and that's why they hate the man. Them don't want to hear that. Them hate him.
Everybody want them brown envelope.
Yeah, exactly. And don't do nothing.
They don't want to go work for.
Yeah?
Them don't want to go work for, brother. They want them brown envelope easy like that.
The thing is, PMP give them brown envelope and take away a conference. How that makes sense? How that makes sense?
Hey, this question mentions about when last buy a class. I never buy a shoes past $5,000.
Well, you see it? You see me, I show you.
But I tell you the truth, I never buy a shoes past $5,000. That's hard to buy. But it's $25,000. You're mad, man. What you want about me?
All right.
You're mad,
Tell a criminal that. Tell a criminal that.
But look, you know, they never see it, man. And them man, the pants clean and them shirt clean and them chain on them. How you talk? Them man, see that, man.
You tell a man when I work that. Eh?
Yeah, man. I really got talk.
Me, you know, what do me have to do in a life and pull myself up now, and then you feel like me and you equal. No go some man. Can't be.
One thing me have to tell them now, when they come to me asking money, me tell them, look here, me no look after man. Me no give man money. Yeah. Yeah, come beg man. Me no give man money. If you go work, you go work, man. Go work. Go work.
Look some teeth my police get from for the 2 pounder.
Yeah, man, taking off a road.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Love when police don't know that talk about the Prime Minister saying the Prime Minister shouldn't say so. Look at the Prime Minister, look at never me at the fucking Prime Minister. Look at never someone like me at the Prime Minister and think like how me thinking. Give you 2 options and 1 me that give you no. Or none.
Ecuador lifestyle, El Salvador.
Yo, me say, hear me, no man. More and the man that come to Jamaica come spend a month. You know, hear the man do. You know, hear the man tell Trump say. The man say, who you know want? Send them come give me for your fee. You think the man a play? Yeah? That the man tell Trump since week, you know. Say,
yeah, me hear it.
Yeah, man, I told man. The man say we take them.
The man say send them come give me. And send
what a man serious, man.
The man said, send them, come give me a change to keep them. And he want to spend a month or so.
Man. But as soon as Andrew say, they when they call him Jamaica for Justice, rise up. Rise up.
But me, I wonder what them there. It look like somebody put padlock on them out.
Ah man, what they must have to walk back there and talk, man. And when Andrew say, either meet a judge or meet a maker, them say yes. Say Prime Minister shouldn't say that. When gunman had chop can in a innocent people, go on them.
You don't see them.
And some of the organization, they just lift up out of Jamaica. I just burn me see some of them, man.
You don't see them.
Look what corruption going on in PNP farm where none of them are.
Nobody.
And them are the prime. Remember when little house business come out, them are included, and when primes are not even know about all business.
Don't see them.
And this is now when man are confess to thief in the money. You know them say nothing about it. You look into it.
You don't see them. You know,
man are confess about the money, you know. And it's not that things are nobody attack, you know. And the man attack naturally, you know. Where them
hear nothing.
Hear that dirty thinking mouth one day. Oral Tracy, he might give him a good first name. Can't talk about if a rumors. What rumors?
Then the man attack.
Say, I did have little respect for that man, no. I did have little, yeah, but just if I need put on green, put labor right in a put on green shirt over one dog and say a labor right people that I find this so we cut him off.
Nothing called labor near the purpose, man.
For him stick to his sport in liquor, not even 5 minutes good for TV just come attack politics.
The boy say if you not talk about somebody now go see him because little skit and go with nobody watching this again, man.
I'm a next me. Stick to your little 5 minute, little 1 minute thing, man, and take your money. And him no vote. How you can talk about politics and you no vote? You not no talking at this if you no vote.
I'm alright, man. I don't go when this campaign has started, the Prime Minister go all out and ease up. Full gas, stretch out.
Yes, sir.
You know saying? No ease up, brother, day and night.
Yes, sir.
Them not have to tell nobody, all them tell people time coming up. They don't have no plan.
Time come for what?
If you can run country, you don't have no plan. Me don't know where you come to. You could have a plan, you can't kill me, no brother. You know saying?
Come to get rid of them.
Here some people are talk about labor right I go lose it. Let me tell them this. Me put this in my heart, in my head. I'm confident with it. 1 seat to 63 seat. The
Yes,
51 retain the 49 and one we take it to. But a 51 to 63 seat. If not, if the lowest me I go a 50, and the reason why Eastern Hanover, me kind of afraid we lose that seat there. That is the only seat where me kind of afraid for. But me put it to myself a 51 to 63 seat.
Brother, me not even go on the corner. Me not make no prediction. Me don't go on no win. I don't that me want no win like the government.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. The thing is, me no want certain people in a parliament are in there again. Me no want Dayton Campbell in there. Me no want.
But what hold on. You remember when Warmington said no PNP not get the money we spend? You hear them to buy Warmington?
Alright, when no PNP boy not get the money. I see that play out at Kingston there.
Warmington said no PNP can't feel personal money because you have MP will take out money to them back and give people, you know. You understand? Yeah, only by MP take out personal money and give people. I can't say mean, but them are running with for them we and look at this manner. We make all them talk there. We make them serious talk there. You know what I'm saying? And in the same way, and in the intellectual bone all in the place. Do you know when they say, well, I'm in the strip a hard portfolio way, man. You know what I'm saying? They never tap till him have Lego some of them. So we make the end Campbell sit on the area. What they do with the end Campbell?
They no hit that problem because in some of the PNP members, you know, Warmington we control Minister of Works or something. No, something
exactly.
Like and they fight because Warmington never used to play. So they just because they can't get money out of the little constituency fund or whatsoever, they have to do no what year and year to show up the JLP.
You know, seeing? And the people lock up their mouth all of a sudden. Eh? Lock up their mouth all of a sudden. I'm not country them attack about that personal thing. Because you can't see a person if any country them will attack everybody.
People now chat like up alive, now chat like up alive, like up alive.
No seeing? They just attack one side. So whole country go wrong if one side you attack. Well, look at problem one. Look what problem in IBM before they come until this moment. Eh? They lock down. Lock down like when COVID did in the country lock down. I saw them lock down, you know. Nothing I hear from them.
Me born 1994. After me I grew up, me no feel where PJ and Manly them do. Me no feel it. Siaga, me feel liquor at Siaga. With the garment factory. With them turn the call center now. Me no feel PG, me no feel it growing up.
Yo, well, me can't tell about that freeze one. I want the biggest investment coming at Jamaica, brother. 100 of people. If you got a town, you have to make sure say you probably have your own motor. You not get a bus, every bus ram with people that got freeze on. Me can't tell about that in a virgin. Free, I want the biggest investment because it's going to see PNP them fight against it. And then see them fight against it. So then should I mention not more right now? And I don't know PNP I'm this country and brother. I don't know how much is that country. So I don't see what them all come do now for tell me them come do right now. You know see it? Right now me know two women when I work a free zone. One day in Curacao. Me sure say one day at Curacao. See? And the last time I want to ask an attack, the youth tell me say him mother learn just making a free zone. And right now which party that Curacao? Yeah. I'm gone, married, gone, and so she a make. Yeah. I'll send away all different small island. She not here and for make close more time. And a free zone, she learn and there. You know seeing? Free zone. You know seeing? So I'm not sure if you can go tell us right now.
Me no feel it. I'll push a time. Me left hard trust. Me pay figure a hard trust. Me pay 4,000 I go to level 2. A hard trust. And when me left, a little construction site me dep on contract foreman and rob me. And since Andrew come in, man, step up now.
What you mean?
Really? Under Andrew, me see vision.
You might tell you.
Me couldn't feel it under Porsche. Me no see nothing. Me no see it. Me no see it. It's like a shutter there over me. Me can't see it. No matter how me try.
Me can't tell a man. If I never farm me couldn't get work right now because people call me back and say, yo, me not gonna leave my farming again. You understand? Because me man used to work and I collect weekly. You understand? But to me just love the farming now. I just hit me and stick to. You know, make me say me go crave now take your work and somebody else want it. But you work out there. You know see?
If the budget reading as a little boy growing up, me always interested when I sit down and watch it. But me can't understand it. And then my father who is a labor right now, I lock off the TV. Me can't understand it. Even in a portion of time, me sit down and I try to watch it. Me can't get it. But Dr. Nigel Clark come down and break it down to a common man where everybody can understand. And budget nice. Man, make budget nice. Everybody can watch.
What do you mean, man? You see it? You man try to make people live good and live easy, no tax burden for you. See? So me want to know if Jamaica people that really, and remember, you know, PNP don't tell them it tax they would never come already, you know. So if them sit down and go put in calling Mr. and Mrs. tax for them, that for them who can't live your dead out. And so me see it. Because you can't go call on people for you where you know say a bird you down hard years. You see? And you get little freedom now, you can go out and go earn a little dollar and go do your little business. And you go vote against that. I'm sick of the interactive old man. You know, go on then. Then go on then. Because remember, the Prime Minister outlining plan for the country, you see that manifest right now. See? He tell you all the way, Magodo. Everything must come to one time, but you can't see it. See? You can't see that things when talk. See? A commitment that the man make you sit and come to. It talk about water, it talk about road, it talk about house. And you see them a come to. Eh? The biggest investment in a road in a Jamaica history I go on now. Look what plate right what they up at Western Portland in St. Mary. When Bobby turn on water up there. Mama hand that pipe, man jumping. He said, show. I mean, I'm not going to see it.
Yeah, man, let's see it.
The man jump on that pipe in glad for water. Eh? And all the years PMP, none of them have time come for what? They put people back in a poverty and destruction. It's sick to rat to do that, man. Can't go and do them at the virgin. Not seen. Them go and do what I do. Can't work there. I don't think if you go work. And them encourage the young people if you go in a house or the arms house. See? Because my whole lady always tells you one brother and better than 1,000 a bush. So if you earn $1, yes, so. See? Glad fee. You talk about it there because you're not sure about the bush. Whole hand pump when you see yes, so. So if you work and you get one little change when you touch fortnight or weekend, give thanks. Because some not get none at all. Girl and go look work, I there. Girl and go look work. You know what I'm saying? I just want to work right now, me get work. Tomorrow man, when I get up and go about work. But me just love me farm and I eat me and stick to. Somebody else need more me, they go and go do it.
Yeah, work easy to get right now in Jamaica. Work easy.
Every sector. In every sector.
See there. If you're a nurse, see the hospital I call for you right now.
600 they want the other day. 600. 600 medical worker they want. 600.
Hospital I call for you work there if you bang everything I call, everything open up.
You see it?
For the store.
Life for you there. Life take a break.
Me there, man. Me not gonna sleep. Man, show me. No, me not sleep. Show. So my time is my phone a chip out and I come in, Me I try to focus. You are going. Me there, man. I listen everywhere, man, and everything. That is.
No, if I teach I nurse and run them,
Yeah, man. Me there. Yeah, me there.
We are forced to them to go look better. You see why none of them are friends now because them go over there to send them and go and work. And them run off and go and do all sorts of different things. And none of them are friends now if you come back to Jamaica, but the prime minister where we am. You hear what he say? He said, come home. He said, come home. We now return back. No, come home. We no space there when we get to no space. We no come home. Then me pay me tell them, I'm going to because this and that. See, you know what you young girl, me say, going to teaching and I know right now in the community. We have them personal car and drive. Up to this man one pass man touch her arm. I said, Jesus, look what like a young girl with this left school and a nurse and a driver and nice car. Eh? We say, look at that. The girl a drive and a little nurse. We say, you see it? And no for them run down with them quad and them have a shame. Because somebody could have carried by all the bag juice. Because they're going to pay a bit on them in either. Tell them if you're going to look green and pass a high glass, they put on and see what else look green and think they're green. But you try to put them have on a dark glass, then think are green. You know what I'm saying? You think I joke? You think I joke? I dark glass, them people, them not make over there so it look like a green when they dry up. Them are run out of green parts of yourself. You know what I'm saying? You can't run left Jamaica and go on up here so you not even know. When you're going to say you have to start all over again, the virgin. You know what I'm saying? Because if you go over this as a nurse, nobody thinks anymore just take you in as a nurse, you know? You have to go to some farmer thing before you put enough in them business. The prime minister, I love when prime minister, I take them in work, man. And that me love for me prime minister, man. Eh? So, all of them to make sure they come back clean and abide by the rules and laws of the country.
That's the only thing. That's it. And for them, yeah, just like me and you, so we can't stop them from coming. We have to accept them.
Them to come
the
back.
only issue is, do not come back here and feel like, say, what you leave is that you not come see. Change in a mentality. And you know the coolest thing? Did you know, say, at least I'm going to be fair. At least 80% of who live here, you know. When them there, you know, them lawless, you know, I see anywhere them go, especially all America. When them go, them get in line, you know, them straighten up, you know.
Oh, yeah, rotted.
When them go, them get in a line and straighten up, you know.
What you mean? What you mean?
So, yes, so them feel like them as long as them live, them for just be lawless, you know. When them go America, them change them ways, them want a little job, them want get na this, them want get na that, and straighten up. Police start them out the road, them say, yes, sir, no, sir.
Yeah. Police start them out, fight them out, want fight when police start them out.
Yeah, want bully people and go on like some boy, them, you know, use nothing and them is everything. Only yes, alone, them can keep it up. Anywhere them going in the world, them get in line.
Before they reach them, I go. Before they reach them, they start straighten up.
Yeah.
And when they reach on them fully straighten up, because them know you have to abide by rules and laws. This up. You understand? So why not abide by rules and laws that you own a country?
Yeah, you can't do it.
If we start it,
yeah, you can't do it. Yeah.
Well, all them look come and go try look at little work. Because they can't find little work. If I not keep,
we can't do nothing. I feel them place just like my one. So them coming back home, hey, what we are gonna do? We have to take care of your yard too.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
We are telling you, you know, don't feel like you're going to come here with the blood clean behavior you want to leave here with. Don't do it. Don't do it.
What people when left Andrews as teacher, would I like they get back their liquor work same way because we need them service same way.
Work there for them. Work there for them. We not worry about them. I mean, I talk with the one who have the criminal behavior, the criminal mind in them, and them
yes.
They worry about.
Yes. Because they not go and come work, you know. They more come with the same mentality when they left that way. Because they left that way, you know. You understand? And they more come back with the same way. You know what I'm saying? Just change that them ways and come in clean, man. Make sure you come in clean.
You get a full warning, so that's how we go.
But I want to with my prime minister. If I'm but tell him attack, him tell you as it is. You want to vote for me, vote for him, and make it tell you as it is. If it can't happen, just can't attack, but if it can't happen, it happen.
The new talk we have for no. Either you talk to the judge
or your maker.
Simple that, you know.
That's not a reality that, you know.
Simple that, you know.
Oh.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You never talk to
the man, dog.
Or you go back to Sweet Heaven. Which one you want?
Yeah, man. Pick your choice, which one you want. If I'm in, I'm going to pick my judge. Because you lose him, maker. But I pick a judge, because make a almost can't make it back that way there. Oh, God. We say when the president time. Hold on, this question. You see president in Westmoreland Aviva yesterday? One woman?
No, me kinda no yesterday. No.
We say one woman, you might buy she faint, you know?
Yes, I see it. She yeah, man. Yeah.
She was my prime minister.
Yeah.
God Almighty. Me say, you must say me was my prime minister.
Yeah.
You said you want to she faint or rotted wall.
Yeah.
You can't imagine.
And that's and as we say, that's how more me and I can knock down and say, hope I'm not wrong. But me have faith in my people. I'm as fucked up as the rest of the world might look upon us. Me love my brother and sister. Me love Jamaica. Put it that way. It's just a handful of the naysayers that may have an issue with. It's just that. A handful of them. Because this coming election is not going to be the last election or the election before. I don't want to see something Jamaica that has never been seen before. And simple. And I'm here talking of Jamaica can speak for itself. Jamaica people is going to talk for themselves. And I'm going to see what Jamaica is all about. So but me not really pay them no mind. The truth.
Well, if me can't see Prime Minister, I try my very best to make Jamaica people live good, decent, clean, nice life. I'm sure say people not you come and get you can elevate. You can come to something in a life.
What you mean, man?
And the man they will not have no substance at all. You them not have nothing to tell the people how them are going to elevate themselves out of the slum. And you go with people like them there. Now you tell me.
What you mean?
Remember one time government agree house a board house, you know? We are making a 2 hour, you know? A 2 hour board house you also take for making it. And you get good concrete chopped now. You get a flush toilet, electric light. You know have it done in a scandal bag and dash it. Like some place. You get a decent flush toilet. And you'd have voted against that. Remember me tell you, man. Me not see that. Me not see that till I work out, brother. As in my community, when the prime minister come give a house, a 90 man come. And one brother say, woman, looking at camera. He say, if you vote against some man, it's like you vote against God.
Yeah.
Because man come in at night, come give a house. Me say, when I say, man, the people laugh, the people, woman sit down, woman laugh. You man say, you think I lie. I get nice house like this, and you vote against it. Eh? I tell you, boy, I don't know what them would have want then. I saw when me see nobody tell me no. Me did it when the ribbon cut in the brother. Me did it. You know see him?
Yeah, man.
Oh, nice clean house.
See how about you say no, sir? Life.
Yeah, man, guess.
Aye.
Person just forward up.
Never did man.
Yeah, man.
It's a deal.
We take him down until he's ready, you know?
Yeah. Them not come prepare, man. They will come prepare. That's it. They must come prepare for the program. Why, I say, boy, when I sit down and me look to right, you know, I go on our country now. Road they never fix. Me see all down at Chilani, down at Mammy D place to right, it all. 2 man and Mammy D look at one place, and them say, and this is was a chuck. And Mammy D said, we're not going to turn it in a road, that's not get road. Eh?
No, appear nice is a go on our country. Left, right, and center. Here, one issue we have, and it's the PMP that cause the problem, the criminal them. You see, anyhow, Jamaica, let me tell you, it's pure niceness. Man. And them can't deny it. Them see it. Me know them see it. A pure niceness I go on in Jamaica. Only one thing is just the criminal behavior. The activities are just that we need to get. When you get rid of that, yo.
I feel like them are going to change.
I don't feel like them better.
You just feel like we don't really want anybody losing lives, so all it best if them change. You know, you look at when you're a woman about 2 and 3 people and see the children just lose their life foolishly. You understand? Without a cause, you couldn't have it.
Wait a sec, Jaden, why you there for me from man? Come on for me, no man tell me you don't have to worry with me. I come to Jamaica anytime I want. I'm leave Jamaica anytime I want to leave Jamaica. You don't worry with me there. Because me and I ask you, maybe at Jamaica right now and tell you can't pass my yard gate. So don't worry about it. Don't worry with me there, my brother. Talk about something else. Come on for me now. Talk about something else where I have concern. Me is no concern. Me and nobody. Leave me alone, please.
I want to investigate you here about.
Yeah, when me there and when me not there. Well, who me? Me nobody. Leave me. Come off of my shirt now, man. Talk about something. Me no concern to you. Talk about something of value. Talk about what go on in your country. Yes, I leave me there.
Which part in there? If not, Jamaica talk about what go on, which part in there?
Yeah, you can't pass my gate. Trust me. Man, ask me, I ask you. Because me ain't the same. Me know me ain't the same. So, send me there at Jamaica. You not pass my gate. If you pass my gate, police lock you up. Put it away there. So no worry about me now, my brother. Come after me and find something of substance to talk about your country. Leave me alone. Me's a niggle in a ear stack right now. Come after me now.
Yo, darling, man. Patrick up in the bus. What do you have Patrick on? What Patrick say?
Sometimes them talk, you know, me listen them, but for the better part of it, me don't really make them, you know. Poor side to go on.
But then what happened? What go on?
Enough respect, enough respect.
Manners up.
What go on, talk life?
Be a foresight, my bro, man. Go on, huh?
Yeah.
Our plank there look like my
Tell me
fuck
here,
plank, brother. Because I'm plank, me know can't take on. Because you don't know me I eat that and just take set for me all the while. So why? Plank, where you there? Come get the brother. Come rush the brother for me, Jaden.
Jaden good, man.
Yeah.
Jaden good,
All I
you know.
notice is just me. Anyway, me there, them just come and just say, boy.
Jaden want to have conversation, you know. Jaden love talk about policies and
anyway, me there, you can't
development.
so them come. Because them know somebody them can come push me. Push plank. Go and go. I better I go push caution. Go and go push them people. Yeah, try to push me. Rock G back up you. Trust me. Rock G back up.
Good. Like you want to put on check up on you.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Anyway, me go, you know. And then I just keep my load, you know. If 3 or 4 somebody the water, one somebody them pinpoint and me. Me don't know why.
Good boy. Hi, family, somebody. Rhymes are so nice, brother. Everywhere a man go. When people can't have touch primes, it's like that. Them, listen, I don't know what we say.
I'm tired to see him face.
I see him take a one picture again with a whole heap of liquor pin, like you would have been able to climb up on the prime minister.
Yeah, man. I'm tired to see him face, man. Tired to see him face.
I don't care what they say about the man. Because like that, the man look younger.
Yeah, tired to see the boss face.
The man just nice.
And that's something I realize, there is an attempt by some, right, to get us to believe that the Prime Minister is no longer popular. But what we are, the reception what we are see, right? Is reception what we are see, right? Is thing there. Is showing them up to be wrong about that.
Exactly.
Because the Prime Minister is very, very popular, brother. I think we not forget, you know, about the power of Bro God, because trust me, Andrew factor is still a big factor in JLP winning the 3rd term. Some people are say, oh yes, you know, he's damaged and whatever. No, the man is still well loved and received out here.
They might try to damage him.
Yeah, them try them best, but something will happen. I mean, I think the PNP realize it. I want them continue to do it.
Yes, because
something work against them quietly with them don't know about.
For them motors, you know, attack JLP leader, you know. And I hit them try all the rest of time come up, you know. But they collect them, I round treat them and go up and call them and say, oh, people love this man. You know, make no sense to try no more, better you stop. You see?
So load already, Jaden, man. Jaden, it's a load already, around 15% left, Jaden. 15% left.
Jaden, all right, man. Jaden, it's not Jaden longer when pin time will come. Tell me when your time I go come.
There's 15% left, man. 15%.
Oh, God. Tell me when your time are gone, Jordan.
You know, see, all the world tracing now talk about bro God, you know, I go win the next election. Like him start to the reality now.
Yeah, but
what him say? What you say? What him say?
Him have a brag say, you know, him a want PNP supporters them but things say where say bro God can win. Him a say bro God can win the next election. Him have advantage for win, big advantage for win the next election.
So him attack so nice now. You give him attack.
No, I want vlog when vlog, you know. Put out a video. On that. But me not follow up Royal Tracy still, you know. Because Royal Tracy them are people were supposed to know better. You understand? Them claims for them intelligent. And you look on a country like this. You look on where we're coming from to where we are now. Right? And you are going to support PNP in a 2025. You're mad? You know, so the well thinking Jamaica. We are thinking about Jamaica.
Cliff you say, these are the only administration can campaign on performance, and that cannot be disputed. I don't know lie. That's not a lie, no brother.
Guys, in the chat, like up live so more people can get the message. Like up the chat.
A distraction, them try use enough. So them know say. Anyhow, the people them vote based on the performance of the government, them not a chance. So what am I trying to do? I distract the people them.
Exactly. Also the corruption. A corruption them are using corruption because them not coming no substance. You understand? Them not have no substance coming in. Just corruption them are coming. And it's still not work out. Don't care what them try. Because when the corruption come, them are trying to cover it. You can't use corruption.
Hold on, Rich. Bishop in the building. Bishop.
How that? Bishop on? Bishop? Nah, here.
Bishop.
Bishop drive out.
I'm sure you want to put one at a time until they're ready, you know. Greetings. Foresight discussion, you know the thing, talk. Boy, it's a funny thing how the PMP can go around and try to deceive people. And deceive have to be the word, because if you tell people something contrary to the reality of what it is, you're actually lying and trying to deceive the people, taking them for an idiot. Because really and truly, we can use the simplest of things to show how dangerous a weapon PNP was or farmed against Jamaica. The last time cigarettes seen a real increase, you know, I did under FIDEM administration. Yes, the basic bad habit of cigarette was taxed by the
Because the idea behind it was that people will always spend, right? So them can get back, then can collect taxes by way of something, by way of
Get so quiet. Oh. Get quiet. Patrick. That's right. Yeah, man, some people don't hear everything. Not everything, only hear a lot. And all it more thing add to the saga. So you have so much reasons if you never know. A lot of people who are listening can have a full of overstanding pertaining to what go on in our country where we love. You have some set of people where in a sense them are like good, and I refer that to the orange people, them are like what's good. Because for so many years these people had so many chances and they never did what they promised. They always make empty promises. You know what I mean? And this is why we know, we the people, the Labour Party and the few undecided one them out there. You know what I mean? If you know say this mean a lot to us, the third term mean a lot. You know what I mean? And them want to get in the office because in the day, them know how we get that. It's a historical moment for we have never have a third term. You know what I mean? So we have to make sure so we get that. We deserve it and more. You understand?
Yeah,
the
man.
marvelous work. You understand what I say?
A performance over propaganda, man.
Which is right, as I say. By the end of the day, the track records did it. Understand? If a group them up together and put them together, them not gonna make one compare to the Prime Minister work. I guarantee that. But these people always try bring themselves forth when them see great development are going. And the thing is this, when them bring themselves forth, is not to do better, add to it. For their main priority, have to tear it down. Why? I don't know.
Reverse.
To come tear it down.
Yeah, because there's a higher force behind it. And what really happened, you know, right? Thug life. When you look at the achievements of the government, right? You have to wonder how the PNP, right, still manage to sell so much people. Sufferation, right? Over the progress that take place in the country. Our people are using them ears more than them are use them eyes.
Alright, you are going now foresight pretend that you have some people of story, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Lazy people lazy to think. I understand say you have some of the young people them who don't know the history. Them don't really know where I come from. I'm not make no excuse for them because them really supposed to take the time to know, take the time to research. But really and truly, it's not a hard decision. Right? It's not a hard decision to choose JLP or to know that JLP is the only option right now going forward. Because you see, when you love story, you know, and you go by story, you know what end up happening? You vote against your own good.
Your own good, fuck, brother, big factor.
Right?
So, one of the most unfair arguments would have say out in the streets, to be honest, though laborites and other people. And when you hear people unfairly criticize the government of this era, which is Andrew Warner's government since 2020, and them think they for the performance. Remember now, you know, 9 years only sound like a whole heap of years on the surface, but really and truly, 9 years are just what they still. You understand me I say? And it's like a man no understand say, yeah, our country to care for its people in all aspects it should and can, right? But at the same time, I know magic do it, I know magic it ever happen true. And therefore, if you inherited a dilapidated house and so on, you must expect that if you don't work on the dilapidated structure where you get, it only deteriorate worse. But if you work on it over time, it will improve till it probably look like a new structure you put on, right, sir? So the people them not understand say, yo, the country needs money to care for its people. And the failing PMP then never did enough. They never left enough. I don't know how to put it, brother. I try to put it in the most basic way, yo. It's JLP. Like people not understand say, yo, dog, the PMP did mash up Jamaica so bad. 9 years for JLP fix this even still to a little bit due to the years that damage my brethren.
And we have to make them understand, the good stuff because even what they may talk to a girl and she say, she comes from a PNP family. But she said she like Andrew. Right? But some of what she asks, some of the things them what she want to see Andrew do and whatever. And I say, sir, because you really not do your own research. And you just take bits and pieces of things where you hear in the media. And I say it's very important for you to do your own research. And when we start tell her I make some comparison. Because my answer, so who you think, you are going where you think you are going to place your vote in the next election? Which party you think you are going to really support in the next election? And she said, she still like Andrew, and she asked me, but the decision is so hard. If you have to think that long and hard, right, it means you don't really understand what is going on. And I start make the comparison and tell her where the country come from to where it is now. And she was shocked. Because a lot of things she don't know. So a lot of people are asking things, right, that are already happening. But because they don't realize there are things that are happening, they don't do them research, they understand there are things that actually are happening already. They might ask for it. You understand?
Yeah, because watching the foresight, I'm going to say this again. Now, how much ministries exist right now? Or before any new one where the JLP then probably put in? Before that, how much did it exist under the PNP? You have education ministry, ministry of health, finance, ministry of labor, transport and works, and agriculture. I know a little bit of ministry them that the PNP fail Jamaica with, my brethren, because if the finance minister fail, it means that the rest of ministries cannot be funded, or will be underfunded or not funded, So therefore, think about the grand failure of the PNP finance ministers. And if the history shows that the PNP finance ministers were the worst, how then can they boast? Which party money come from then? To make the other ministry them boom. If the finance ministry did a fail years in, year out. And the finance ministry are the crucial ministry. I hit deal with the dollars part of the country and determine the amount of money the country generates and how it is used according to ministries and how much it dispersed from the finance ministry to the different ministries. Don't the finance ministry have a crucial role to play in all other ministries, my boss?
Yeah, man. And one of the things we have to do and be more focused on doing, Gusto, is to continue to repeat, right? The difference between then and now. Right? Because a lot of people don't know where we are coming from, So them not understand how much of a great achievement it is for us to be where we are now. And I think in going forward, that's what we need to do. Because even today, I get to understand that in 2016, we have over almost 190,000 registered motor vehicles. That's something PNP used to use and brag about. But they make people drive car and all of that. Right? Because PJ...
Mr. Forsyth, I'm going to stick you a minute if you say this thing. Hold on, you got to agree with me. You got to actually tap and think about it. Hold on, Forsyth. It's in a principles of business, Forsyth. A whole heap of people in Jamaica do, a whole heap of people in Jamaica do POB. And let me tell you this. It's in a POB, for you to POB, you have to learn about this. Market research and feasibility study, a high school thing I tell you about. Now, me tell you how this Japan, Forsyth. For all who have it and a belief and nothing and go on for true. Them see the new investments are happening around them in Jamaica. That's why I can't manage figure say, yo, we need to reason this or this, or reason this or that. And it's the different developments that go on in Jamaica. And Foresight, a feasibility and a market research is done or carried out by every business, every established franchise or business before them even put an additional outlet somewhere or a new business anywhere else. And if feasibility study and the market research not give no positive indicators say the business might prosper or have potential to prosper in the area, they not even bother ground to put the business there. Allow me to tell sir, don't they carry out feasibility study and market research before they put a new business somewhere, sir, or an arm of them business somewhere else, sir?
Yeah.
Therefore, if people see all of the new investment them happen across the island and still believe they're not going in Jamaica, and so much of them do principles of business, basic high school knowledge that they know, and you still find yourself gullible to the PNP argument after you see more security companies than ever before. Some small companies, and the fact that them small and still employ more than 100 Jamaicans, them very impactful. So Mr. Forsyth, I'm going to learn and say this. If you say we change the argument, if you sue some of them people are youth, it's almost coming like we are lower the bar for some people who actually should have reached the bar right there.
It's not changing the argument, It's not changing the argument. It's presenting the argument in a way where let them know where we are come from, right? Where we are come from, right? Versus where we are now. Because what you know, in our 2016, right? Yeah, when you look at the 2016 and you see minimum wage after 18 years, after 18 years. Minimum wage under the PNP was 6,200. In less than half the time under the JLP, because PNP do 18 years and minimum wage stood at 6,200. In less than half the time, right? JLP put more than another 6,200 on it. In less than half the time with the PNP rule, right?
When you look at the income tax threshold, I talk about things that make people life better now. Money in a people pocket is me I talk about. After 18 years of government, a man will pay a man will earn 600,000 a month, as little as 600,000 a month. Man will earn over that had to pay income tax. Means the money will come out in salary. Right? Within 1 year of JLP taking power, that $600,000 threshold, right, moved to 1.5 million. That means to say only people now will earn 1.5 million and over. Only people will earn over $1.5 million pay income tax. And then later on, subsequent to that, it was raised again to $1.7 million. Right? Which means that only persons who are earn over $1.7 million, right, are required to pay income tax. Those things are big. Those things mean money in your pocket. The idea and the aim of the PNP is to get people to not think about the things that really matter. Today we have a far more equipped police force. And we start seeing the results of that already, right? With crime trending down now. We have far better and far more health centers being renovated in less than half the time with the PNP served. So the question is, what was the PNP? What was the PNP doing with taxpayers' money?
Thank you very much. I'm going to show you something.
Morgan Heritage. They
Morgan Heritage, Mr. Forsyth. Morgan Heritage, same carrier man. From okay, Horace, yeah, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, Idio. What we also should mention is that the police are no longer working in squalor, working in unsanitary conditions, and working in stations that they have to set pond to catch water from the rain. Right after to use it to bathe or to protect them from being wet. You understand me? The PNP is trying their very best not to talk about those things. They want to keep the people away from that. And you know what they did the last time I saw they put something out? Is they make mention a station in Petersfield and say the station don't have no wall. There's no wall to protect the police. But they don't look and say the station is in a better condition. You understand me? So you see they are negative, and also their supporters are very, very negative. They don't believe in building this country. They believe in their party and scarce benefit. And that is the reason why you see, if you look on some of these PNP eras, they don't try to get out these wicked people out of the era. And I just look at one thing with that 14-year-old that was unalive, right in Brown Teeth constituency. You understand what I'm saying?